And welcome all. Happy Tuesday to you. It's May 27th, 2025. And I'll say hello to everyone and then we'll get started. Boy, boy, do we have a lot to cover tonight. And it should be a really good show. Tonight's show is called DELPHI, ChatGPMe, an AI assisted deep dive into the clusterfuck of this community. Welcome. All right. How's my sound check working, by the way? All right, so we're going to get started. Let me see who is here. I noticed my sweet dude Amy is not here. So where's Amy? Oh, Amy, we miss you. Amy with the flowers. All right, so I'll get into this. Let's see who was here super early before we get started. I'm never rude to you all. I say hello to everyone. All right. All right, so we had Don McKenzie in here first and foremost. What's up, Don McKenzie? Boom. What up, Don? All right. Elizabeth. We had Lisa, Deb. Hello, Deb. All right. And look at the beautiful Dark Arts by Adrian. That's a new photo. Hi, Dark Arts by Adrian. Good to see you. What's up with the lack of fact checking? All right. What's up, Mark Ellis? Mark Ellis in the house saying hi, Deb. Hi, Deb. Snoop Sleuth, what's up? Always, Adrian. I wish Snay would have went a little harder on him. Oh, well, we're not even going to talk about that yet, but we will. Okay, we will be talking about it. All right. Elizabeth Jones, hello to you. Hey, Heather Brown's here. What's up, Heather? Hello, Elizabeth, Lisa, Dark Arts, Snoop Sleuth, and Dom S. All right. Adrian, just do you. F the rest. Good advice from Mr. Dom S. All right. We got Hebby up in here, Snoop Sleuth, Miss Deb, Dom S, Lisa, Adrian, Mark Ellis, Elizabeth Jones, Snoop, and Heather. All right. Okay, Rick doesn't understand the whole mess. Prof definitely does. Yes, and we'll be talking about that. Trust me. What's up, artist formerly known, the illustrious? What's going on, Dark Arts? I've been out of the loop last week or so. Give me the skinny. Okay. If you ask Prof, say give me the fatty. Hello, artist Gene Jackson, Mino Dino. All right, you guys are up in here. All right, we're getting started. I'm trying to piss off the trolls at every chance I get. All right, what's up, Mark Ellis? Mino Dino's up in here. What's up, Mino? All right, boom. Shakalaka, sweet dude Shibby coming in with Mino. Where are you guys? Were you guys out back smoking a little left-handed cigarette, a little wacky tobacco, a little grass? Ooh, you guys coming in smelling like skunks. All right. Hebby, do you know how to post a membership link? Because Prof doesn't. I don't know shit. I really can't handle this. I'm going to have to go turn off that AC. It's blowing right down my throat. I feel it. All right. What's up? Shibby, Dino, Adrian, Heather Brown, artist formerly known, Elizabeth Jones, Lisa, Snoop Sleuth. Who's her daddy coming in? What's up? Who's her daddy? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. 4 Pitbulls Cross America coming in. What's up? Honored to have you present. What's up? 4 Pitbulls. It's Taco Tuesday. Don't eat too many tacos. Okay. Don't work too hard, Adrian. What's up, Rebecca Ann 1965? Another truth teller. There's so few of us, but hey, we're up in here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Boy, you want to see some liars earlier? You saw some, and there's some really right now. There's a whole thing going down right now. We'll talk about it in a minute. Hey, Shibby, do you know how to post a membership link? Adrian, I'm going to have to listen to some stuff, it seems like. I'm sorry, people suck. All right, boom. Carol, what's up, Carol? Hello to you. We got Elizabeth from Scotland. Carol says hello. Oh, that AC is killing my neck, my throat. Yeah, my neck. Okay. All right, you guys. Carol says, what's up? Yeah, hold on. I got to go turn that shit off. It's killing me. All right, we got Heather Brown saying, please hit the like, y'all. Please do hit the like. And all lurkers come in. And also, you stupid ass mean girls, come on in. Since you like to lie about people, come on in. All right, what's up, Dom S? What's up, sweet dude Shibby? Carol, Mino Dino, Elizabeth Jones, Heather Brown, Dom S, Snoop Sleuth, Deb, same old ones. What's up, Regina Grady Bolden? Welcome in. Also, Mandy, welcome in. Hey, Prof in chat. The outcaster in the house. Oh, man. Shit's hitting the fan. You better duck all. Oh, boy. I tell you, they'll just lie until they think it's true. Don't want to. Right. Hello, everyone, says sweet dude. All right. What's up, American Mom? I definitely effing here for this. Let's go. All right. All right. Boom. What's up, Swade Smith? Okay. Kate Hughes coming in. Hey, Kate. Icy Cat. Welcome in, Icy Cat. I have enough clips for a movie if anyone's interested. What's up, Diana? Lurking while working. Okay, that's what she said. What's up, Old Mort Newport? Newmort, packing for a trip. All right. Guys coming in. Tracy Fleetwood in the house. What's up, Tracy? All my favorites are here tonight, y'all. Jade's here. What's up, Jade? All right, y'all. Look, I posted the Cash App. For anyone wanting to be super awesome, hit the Cash App. It's posted at the top of the chat, whatever you call it. Should be Twerk It Out. All right, what's up, Old Mort, New Mort, Tracy Fleetwood, Deb, Mary Beth Yema. Oh my God, hi, Prof and chat. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Thank you so much, Mary Beth. And Jade, appreciate you two coming in. Okay. All right, who else we got in here? Mark Ellis says, Shibby, get for working in your yard. What the hell are you talking about? What did I miss? What is Shibby talking about his yard? I'm out of the loop. He just said backyard. All right. So Jade says hello. My throat is just. I'm pulling a Rick Snay tonight. I can't even speak. All right. Elizabeth. Okay. You stayed awake. What's up, Rhonda? What's up, Mr. Author Clermont? Top day, Prof. Missed a lot of you. Best chat on YouTube. Thank you. All right. All right, y'all. What's up, Aaron? Okay. Post-apocalyptic Jay. Good to see you. Nice, weird-looking dog. Cute and weird. Okay. What's up? What's up, Aaron? Hebby. Mark Ellis. Post-apocalyptic. Snoop Sleuth. Okay, we got LB. Welcome in, LB. Good to see you. Oh, what is up with the throat? Come on, man. 5 minutes of AC enough to ruin my throat for the night. All right, what's up, artist formerly known, post-apocalyptic D Tur in the house. What's up, D Tur? All right, you guys coming in. Good to see everybody. Heather Brown. What's up, Prof? Hebby, Rhonda, Holton, Lisa, Dom, Tracy. All right. Tracy says hello. All right, Lori K. Hello, Lori K. I'll be your Amy, Prof. No, thanks. I don't need those kind of flowers. Sending the love and light to you all of you incredible mods, chatters, Prof, and those quiet ones, the lurkers. Also the hate watchers, which means the butt hurt mean girls and Michael Osbrook. Fuck off. Okay, Sunflower Soul. Hello, everyone. All right. Yeah, we got some shit talking tonight. Trust me, if you thought this was not going to be about drama, oh, you're going to learn. You're going to learn tonight. Because they want to fan the flames. So, hey, I'm right there with you. I mean, I'm down for it. I'm down. All right. Four Pits is just getting warmed up. We got everyone in here. Okay, Oleg Cat. There you go. Caught someone new. Oleg Cat's in the house. Donnie Pitbull Kuntz in the house. What's up, Donnie? And also Nancy Drew. Welcome, Nancy Drew. How many keyboards do you have? Enough. What's up, Cricket? All right. Claremont, Canada checking in. Aaron says, hit the like, please do. Okay. Good to see everyone. All right. Free Rick Allen says, Swade Smith with the constant message. What's up, nobody, nothing? All right. All right, good to see everybody. Dirty Diana says, hello, Adrian, if you're here. All right. Tracy Fleetwood, Mark Ellis, Oleg Cat, welcome in, Oleg. Also, J Rabbit, how you doing? J Rabbit says, Allsbrook was crazy in the chat, all feral. Apparently, you're so powerful that you control everything. Yes. Isn't it interesting? I'm telling you, the entire YouTube just cannot stop stalking. Yeah, the entire YouTube, that just shows you something. The entire troll farm, prosecution side, the entire Mean Girls defense side, the entire internet cannot stop talking about profit. I think I'm doing something right. And you guys can be butthurt all you want. You can lie all you want. And you can try to smear and slander and discredit all you want. But people know the truth when they're hearing it and seeing it. And I'm the only one who provided receipts for everything I've said. You haven't provided anything. So I guess you're going to find out. And you can be jealous and you can be upset that my channel's monetized. So keep being upset because it will keep being monetized. And I'm going to keep doing what I do. And I guess you're going to keep crying like little babies. You know what you do. All right, y'all. Moonbeam 70s child. Hello to you. Welcome in. Also, who's that? Marie Kelly. Hey, Marie Kelly. Welcome in. Good to see you. And Moonbeam and Plain Iron coming in. What's up, Plain Iron? 5 Green Acres. Okay, boom shakalaka. 5 Green Acres. All right, y'all. It's looking good. No disrespect, but I must ask the story of donating money to that POS Frank Diddler. That shit had me stumped. I'll tell you why. Let's stop there because people, I see Rafi lost his fucking mind. Okay, so Rafi, fuck off, man. Like, look, you didn't invent everything and no one's stealing anything from you. Okay, no one owns intelligence on the Delphi case. So fuck off, Rafi, first of all. Secondly, Frank Diddler. Let me tell you the truth. Okay. One of the very last days that I spoke with that crew, remember when I came in, I've told you all the story before. When you come into the Delphi murders as a new creator, the first thing that happens is the bad actors surround you, okay, like a pack of wolves, okay, and they dig their claws into you. That's what they do. So when I first came in, right, Ruckus Rocks, Frank Diddler, Jinx 13, and all the fucking stank meth head pedophile chomo ass stolen valor child molesting domestic terrorist troll farm members, they all put their claws in me real good. Okay, and that lasted about, I don't know, maybe 6 months until show number 19. Okay, when I dared to mention that possibly the Patty family was not being entirely forthcoming with law enforcement and that methamphetamine may be involved. And then all at once, the entire troll farm, realizing that I had a mind of my own, they turned on me immediately, just like these mean girls have turned on me in the past 2 months. Okay. And so what they've done now is they tried to make me the worst person on the internet. You know, they try to make you a pedophile. They try to make you a child rapist. They try to make you an attempted murderer. They try to make you the absolute worst person they can. But anyway, interesting story is that about a week before that, Frank Diddler called me. And Frank Diddler said, Prof, how do I see you have buy me a coffee. How do I make a buy me a coffee? And I was so nice because I came in nice and genuine and authentic with everyone that I decided, hey, you know what? Sure, I'll help you make a buy me a coffee, Frank Molester. And so I described to Frank Molester how to make the buy me a coffee. And I sent in, you know, the links and I told him what he had to do and that it'd take a certain number of days, blah, blah, blah. And being so kind and helpful, because I was naive and stupid coming into the Delphi murders and didn't realize who I was dealing with, I sent him his absolute very first buy me a coffee. In other words, I said, let me make sure it's working, Frank Diddler. And so I sent a coffee, okay? And within a week, that motherfucker was calling me a piece of shit. Never sent me the $5 back, right? Never refunded to buy me a coffee. Kept the $5 because he's a cheap asshole, but also decided he would go on for the next 2 years threatening me on behalf of Becky Patty. Okay, so that's the fucking story. And if Rafi has a problem with it, he can suck dick. And if you have a problem with it, you can suck dick because that's the story. Okay, so hopefully you all understand now. And I tell the truth. All right, now that we got that over with, Mila Plain Iron, Jade, Sweet Dude Shibby. Just a moment, please. Sorry there. I thought it was an emergency. Apologize for that. Uh, so does everyone understand why I sent a buy me a coffee to the Frank molester? All right. So that's what I get for being helpful. Uh, uh, what's the phrase? What's the phrase? Uh, no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah. So for helping Frank molester set up a buy me a coffee and also sending the first $5 to ensure that it was working, the thanks I get is you turn on me and keep the $5 because you're a cheap motherfucker, and then the entire other side thinks they need to use that against me because for some reason I was supporting someone who later turned on me. All right. So I hope everyone understands the truth of the situation. Okay. Now, what else we got here? And I guarantee you, someone's going to clip me saying that and send it right on to Rafi in order to turn Rafi against me. Okay. I mean, by the way, they've been trying to turn Joe Lewis against me for 2 months. Joe Lewis ain't against me. Okay. And I may talk about that later. But despite people trying to turn Joe Lewis against me, Joe Lewis is not completely fucking insane yet. So even Joe Lewis has not turned against me. So Rafi, check yourself. All right. People will try everything they can because I know who's in Rafi's ear, by the way. All right. We appreciate the questions you ask on our behalf. Yes, and it's interesting that none of them were answered, but we'll talk about that later. Okay. All right. Okay, y'all. I'm trying to get in here. I see a pin cake came in. Exactly. You remember when that meth head was my mod back in the day because she, like all the others, like that's what I'm saying. The troll farm comes in and they put their claws in you immediately. Happened to Adrian. Hey, Adrian might or might not be in the chat, but we can ask her the story at a future time. What happened when she first came on the YouTube? Right? The bad actors, they put their claws deep into her. Okay, and it's always the same. It's the way they do things. Okay. Nobody, nothing. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying the question is so insulting because it implies that I do something wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. I was actually helping someone out who I thought was being nice to me and I was being nice to him. And the thanks I get for it is that he steals the money and doesn't return it. And 5 days later, starts threatening to have me arrested on behalf of Becky Patty. That's the thing. You don't want the story told, don't ask. Okay, molester. You should have returned the money if you were gonna throw me under the bus and act like I'm a piece of shit. But you kept my $5 was good enough for you, Frank molester. But my YouTube channel's not. Okay, so my money's good enough, but I am not. Isn't that something, huh? Okay. All right. So. All right. She's not sucking a D because she believes. Thank you, Suede. Yes, I didn't mean anything at nobody, nothing. It's a general statement. Okay. Anyone who has a problem with it can suck a D. That's the statement. All right. All right, you guys. So thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. You see, people don't want me to say their names, but they keep doing the same stupid shit over and over. And that's the point of our show tonight. We will be talking about that later on. Someone sent a message on Messenger. That's how bad they want to run people off from me. Yeah, good luck. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. See what they do, like I said, they surround you like the plague, okay? And they get their claws into you because they want to control the narrative. They want to control the chats. All right. All right. Just a second, please. No, obviously someone went over to Rafi. Listen, I already know that someone went over to Joe Lewis and they tried to turn him against me multiple times in the past month. So I'm absolutely sure that's the same thing that happened with Rafi. Someone went over to Rafi and fed him some bullshit to turn him against me. And yeah, whatever. Hey, it's a new day. Welcome. Okay, what's up? It's a new day. Hey, I was just greeting everyone. You don't have to re-listen all that. Come on in. It's a new day. I thought Baldwin said he didn't release the video, right? How about this? Weren't Jennifer O'Shea and Andy Baldwin going to draft a press release condemning you all for releasing that video and denying it? Okay. But yet you still have the nerve to get your ass on the internet after saying that. And you bring your ass on the internet and you say, no, it came directly from Andy Baldwin. No one sees a conflict there? Okay. It is a clusterfuck, but we're going to talk about it because it's not by accident that it's a clusterfuck. Hey, it's not by chance. This is an intentional clusterfuck. You guys will be, we'll be diving into some of it. What's up, Gen C? Hello, Gen C. Okay. Jared Nana Boom is saying hello to everyone. It is all shady. Okay. It is all shady. Now, where do we start? All right, y'all. I had to silence my ringer, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting messages, but I'm telling you this. The shit is hitting the fan, okay? The shit is hitting the fan. And we're going to talk about that. Now, for those of you who watched Rick Snay's show today, I got to say, you saw quite an exhibition of lying, gaslighting, bad faith, and combativeness. That's right. And also a touch of ignorance because let's be honest here, Rick Snay doesn't know what the fuck's going on, okay? He's trying to catch up, but Rick Snay was gone, okay? Rick Snay's really upset about his pending divorce being finalized. So Rick Snay's been gone a while dealing with personal difficulties and working extra overtime. So Rick Snay is months behind on all of this, and he only knows what people are feeding him. And I think you know who those people are, okay? So Rick Snay is a little trying to catch up to figuring out for himself. And that's the thing of that's the thing with Rick Snay. He has to figure out for himself really deeply how he feels before he takes a hard stance, okay? Which is a good sign. But it's taking him a while, okay? Because there's so much to go and catch up on and so many people he needs to talk to that. And like I said, people are feeding him a certain perspective. Well, see, Dieter, that's one of the lies. That's one of the lies, Dieter. Look, Luke got up there. Let me specifically say this. Luke Nicholas got his ass up on Snay's panel and intentionally lied to the public, which he's been doing for 2.5 months regarding this entire debacle. So it's no surprise that he would intentionally lie. I'm sure he's intentionally lying on another live stream right now. But every single quotation he put in my mouth was a gross misrepresentation of my actual statements. And he outright lied about things that he alleged that I had said. Okay, thank you, Dieter. Okay, now I get it. It's hard to be sarcastic in the chat, in the text messages and shit. But So he straight up lied, okay, about so many points. And I decided that what we're going to do in the future, we're going to do a detailed breakdown of the entire live stream, okay, with all the lies called out. In other words, I'm going to pause after every lie and call them out. And you'll also be interested that Michael Osbrook came into the live chat and also lied and also was combative and also gaslit. Now, a question about that, okay? A thing to question about this. Why are they lying, upset, and combative and declining to honestly and straightforwardly answer simple and pertinent questions? It's very interesting, isn't it? And I'm telling you now, if you will go and watch that live stream and look at my questions in the chat, you'll notice one thing that's going to stand out. I asked very simple, direct questions, nothing complicated. I asked a whole bunch of direct questions in a very simple format, like 5 syllables. Okay, very short, simple questions. And not one of those questions was answered. Not one of those questions has been answered for 2.5 months, which is very, very, very concerning to me. You have to ask yourself, why would a group of people that were so bold as to insert themselves into the fundraiser last year for Richard Allen, which the monies are still being questioned right now because there are some suggestions of impropriety and the donors are asking questions. These same people not only were behind the fundraiser, they were also behind leaking this potential discovery on a website and alleging that the defense is responsible. They also later came out and said that Jennifer Auger and Andy Baldwin deny that they were responsible and that they condone it, and that they furthermore do not want to have any part of any further exhibits or evidence leaking out, especially if it's going to be discovery. Okay. They also admit that this video does look tampered with. It does look enhanced or stabilized or something like that. Okay. They also are the same group that was behind trying to compel Kathy Allen to sign a contract that she did not want to sign. Okay. They are now trying to intimidate Kathy Allen through her friends because they're trying to take her inner circle of friends and dox them, pressure them, threaten them, and shame them. This is really happening in real time. You got to ask yourself, why would these people who have been behind the questionable fucking fundraiser, the leaking of evidence, the whole mean girl shit in the first place, and this fucking contract, why would they be currently trying to dox, threaten, intimidate, shame, and bully Kathy Allen's friends and the likes of myself and Adrian? And how convenient that the people doing the absolute worst of the slander, defamation, doxing, harassment, and intimidation, how convenient that they're in Europe. How convenient. So what is the game plan here? We take Europeans to use as the point men for the worst behaviors? Is that the legal strategy? Because there's some sort of prosecutorial roadblocks because of the jurisdictional separation? Now, let me be real here. You guys fucked up again. So you had the opportunity to maybe offer an olive branch, maybe be honest, maybe come clean, and maybe try to get past this. But I find it very interesting that when Rick Snay offered you that opportunity, instead you chose to double down on your bullshit. So let me say this. I up the ante. I will meet you at your challenge. I will step up to the plate. I will keep going. And since you think it's okay to lie about things we've said, well, we will prove that you are liars. Since you think it's okay to dox, harass, threaten, and intimidate, we will prove that your doxers, harassers have been threatening and intimidating. Since you are attempting to speak for Kathy Allen, maybe we will allow her to speak for herself. You want to play? I say let's play, because if you think you're going to convince the YouTube community and therefore that's going to translate to that convincing being declared truth, you're sadly mistaken. And I find it interesting that right now, the stupid ass cunt named Teresa would host a live stream on this very topic, simultaneous with this one, and not offer me an opportunity to express my position, but instead to platform all of the liars, harassers, doxers, and bullshitters. And I don't care who clips this. You clip it all you want. You've done stupid shit. You're all a bunch of fucking retard plants, and I'm going to expose you one by one. And you want to play this way? You want to play the game this way? I'll play the game. Okay. I will permanently delete anyone who's coming in. Anyone who comes in to gaslight, I'm permanently blocking you forever. Okay? So please don't come in here and trying to act holier than thou. Listen, let's be real. If Teresa had any good intentions, she would have me speaking my piece on this live stream right now, instead of allowing all the fucking mean girl gang stalkers a platform to say how bad I am. Okay? And yes, she was also in Rick's Snapchat playing stupid. Let's say this. Teresa has regularly gone around. Okay, Teresa comes from the troll farm, for those of you who don't know. Yes, she was in the troll farm. She's left the troll farm. But now she's ganged up with the mean girls. And for 2.5 months, ever since this video has leaked, she's been playing this fucking 5D chess game. Okay, on behalf of the mean girls, playing stupid. She had a very good opportunity to either stick with Karen Reed and shut the fuck up, or to go on a live after Luke and Michael Osbrook just lied and were combative with the entire Delphi community on Rick Snay's previous live just now. She had an opportunity to shut the fuck up and to go ahead and cover Karen Reed like ad nauseum, right? Or she had the opportunity to maybe establish a platform where she would invite them in to say their piece and allow me in to say my piece. But do you think I got an invite, a request, an offer? No. Because this allows them to try to influence the community. Okay, so it's fine. If you think this is a PR game that the community is going to decide, guess what? Yeah, they're going to decide. They're going to decide based on facts and evidence. And I'm going to give those facts and evidence. And there's nothing you're all going to be able to do about it. Thank you. Now, let's be honest here. When I've told you about what I understand about Kathy Allen's feelings and thoughts, I have not lied once. Okay? Also, the contract was meant to be shared. Kathy is glad that I shared the contract. I was also thanked for sharing the contract, and I was thanked for elucidating thoughts on this contract. Okay, so you can shove that. I was also thanked by a number of donors to the fundraiser for expressing the concerns with that. And I find it interesting that a particular donor would telephone Andy Baldwin's office with questions about the contract, and within 6 to 7 minutes, Osbrook would be calling and freaking the fuck out about the money. So yeah, let's talk about that money. because the donors are concerned about the money. Individuals in this community still have not received a single straight answer about the leak of that video. For instance, is it enhanced? Is it AI upscaled? Is it tampered with? Did law enforcement do it? Did some other third party do it? Did you guys do it? It's very interesting because Luke, in all his insanity, tried to do this quiet, proper talk, right? And tried to make me look like a crazy person by saying, oh, you see, when the video was released, apparently, Prof took it upon himself to claim that I created it using AI. Really? No, I did not. What I said was, it looks enhanced. It doesn't look like the real deal. It doesn't look anywhere near what we've seen for all these years. It doesn't look anywhere near what visitors to the trial that day in that courtroom say that they saw. So a lot of people thought, this doesn't add up. What is this? And someone came in my chat and said, Prof, it's AI upscaled. It looks AI upscaled. So there may have been a time when I made a post or a comment and I said, it may have been AI upscaled. Does saying it's possibly AI upscaled translate to Luke created this using AI on behalf of law enforcement because he works for the Lafayette PD? You see, they're like twisting everything, but I'll play. You want to play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes because you had the opportunity to let this go. You had the opportunity to stop everyone from talking about this. You had the opportunity to come clean and tell the truth about the provenance, about all the details. Okay. All of you fail to do the very most basic actions that would engender truth, trust, and transparency among your followers. Like basically answer the simple questions if it's no big deal. If no one's in trouble, well, why are you acting like someone's potentially going to be arrested? You know, you literally are behaving as a group as if someone in the group is in legal trouble, which is how I would expect you to behave if you leaked discovery. And I find it interesting. The court has not released these videos. And the whole gaslight that it's an exhibit from trial, no, it's not. No, it's not. An exhibit from trial is released as an exhibit from trial. So if an exhibit from trial is akin to this video, it doesn't mean that the video is an exhibit. The video can still be discovery and an extract or a different version of it be an exhibit, which then technically would mean that you've released an exhibit. And if that has happened, then yes, someone is potentially in trouble. Is that why you guys are all behaving like insane maniacs? So listen, here's the unfortunate thing. Adrian can vouch for this. Rick Snay can vouch for this. A whole bunch of the people I talk to can vouch for this. I was ready to let this all go and not mention another single word. You know why? Because Friday, I pretty much put the nail in the coffin for you assholes. Isn't that right, guys? Isn't that right? Friday's show, I laid out the last of the receipts I felt that I needed to lay out on this issue. So I was done with it. And this is the unfortunate thing. Okay, Friday, as of Friday, now today's Tuesday, May 27th, as of Friday, I was done with it. I wasn't going to address it one single more time. I wasn't going to do one more single community post, not one single presentation, not one more mention of it. Well, guess what, Luke and Michael Osbrook? You've just fucked yourselves. Because now I guarantee you, I will continuously hammer on this point. I will not let this go, and I will spend the next 6 months to a year delving into every single aspect of the past 2 months and past year, actually. Because guess what else I'm going to do? I'm going to go back through everything to do with the due process gang kerfuffle as alleged by the murder sheet in Tobor. Yes, we're going to turn all that inside out. We're going to thoroughly explore the knot. We're going to thoroughly explore the due process gang. We're going to thoroughly explore Matt Hoffman leaking discovery. We're going to thoroughly explore all the claims made by Murder Sheet in all 5 episodes when they addressed you assholes. We're going to thoroughly explore all of your Twitters. We're going to thoroughly explore the formation of Delphi docs, the mods of Delphi docs, and everything to do with it. I'm going to turn you guys inside fucking out. We're going to thoroughly explore Carol Weinecke, her husband, and Michael Osbrook. We're going to thoroughly explore the Europeans who have inserted themselves into this case, and that's 3 at this current point in time. Now, it's unfortunate because as of Friday, I was done with this, and I was going to allow you all to go quietly into the night. Since you're so afraid of me and all of the things that I say and my audience and my chatters, I think that maybe you need to hear a lot more from me because you don't know when to throw in the towel. We were done with this subject. So I have an announcement to make. My channel is no longer about the Delphi murders. My channel is now going to be about the Delphi murders cover-up with you guys in the bullseye. Speaking of which, let's get into our presentation tonight. Our presentation is titled ChatGPMe, an AI-assisted deep dive into the clusterfuck of this community. So what I have done is I have decided to ask a number of questions. And tonight, that's what we'll be doing. I'm going to be going through a few questions. And hopefully you guys will find the answers entertaining. And so in all full disclosure, I'll have to say this to you. I have not prepared the responses for this presentation tonight. This will be an off-the-cuff, spontaneous experience. So come ride along, okay? Come ride along. We're going to together experience the replies from ChatGPT as I ask it questions that I have submitted. Okay, so I have all these questions, and what I'm going to do now is we're going to ask the questions, and then together we're going to watch ChatGPT generate responses. So this should be fun for everyone, and we'll get into it now. Okay, and so the first one. What's up, Jake Brooks? And thank you for the super sticker, sir. Okay, Jake Brooks in the house says, well, he says nothing. It's a 1999 super sticker with a little puppy or deer. It's hard to tell, holding a winning cup. Okay, so for those of you who can't see it, it's a little championship pup. I guess. All right. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. All right. So ChatGPT, here we go. We're going to experience a little ChatGPT interaction. So this will be real time. Okay, thank you very much. It's a new day, and Jake Brooks and Dark Arts by Adrian, Plain Iron, Carla Ann, all you guys. So let's take this little trip together. Okay. Here we go. So this says, first question. Okay, first question. What would you expect to see in the online narrative around a true crime case that was infiltrated with PR teams and domestic terrorists versus a case with an authentic community that was not infiltrated? Okay, you guys ready for this? This should be fun. All right. Okay. The response. This is a powerful and timely question. The online narrative surrounding a true crime case can differ drastically depending on whether it is being manipulated by PR teams and domestic terrorist influences. That's pretty interesting. Versus being organically shaped by an authentic, uninfiltrated community. Okay, here's a key breakdown of the key differences you might expect to see. Okay, interesting. Whoa, sorry. I goofed. Okay. Infiltrated narrative by PR teams and domestic terrorists. You would expect to see astroturfing and manufactured consensus. Does it I can't even get too far without commenting. Doesn't that seem familiar? Does that sound familiar? Astroturfing and manufactured consent? Excuse me, hold on. Now that was an authentic sneeze. Woo! I tell you what, that was a huge sneeze. All right. Now back to this. Astroturfing and manufactured consensus. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Think Twitter. Think chats. Think chats. Okay. So first question is, what is astroturfing? Okay. So let me astroturfing is defined as the deceptive practice of presenting an orchestrated marketing or public relations campaign in the guise of unsolicited comments from members of the public. Okay? Once again, the deceptive practice of hiding sponsors of an orchestrated message or organization, political, advertising, religious, or public relations campaign to make it appear as though it originates from and is supported by an unsolicited grassroots participants. It's a practice intended to give statements or organizations credibility by withholding information about the source's backers. Okay? The implication behind the use of the term is that instead of a true or natural grassroots effort, there's a fake or artificial appearance of support. Okay? It's increasingly recognized as a problem in social media. Astroturfing can influence public opinion by flooding platforms with manipulated content and or comments. Okay, so astroturfing. Manufactured consensus, meaning everyone agrees. Appearance of grassroots support or outrage that feels coordinated. That's an important point, I believe. Okay, that what you will see will feel coordinated. Okay, so just keep Keep this in mind. These are the signs, these are the red flags of infiltrated narrative control. It feels coordinated because it's AstroTurf. Large volumes of similar posts, language, hashtags, or slogans across accounts that appear unrelated. Okay. Sounds familiar. Also, comment sections filled with repetitive talking points. This is astroturfing and manufactured consent. Okay. Here's another one, shifting the blame and narrative control. Sudden shifts in focus from perpetrators to victims or unrelated parties. Okay, shifts in focus. Shifts in focus from perpetrators. Okay, that means Prof was over here talking about who killed Abby and Libby. Let's put it in DELPHI murders language. Prof was here talking about who killed Abby and Libby. Okay. The astroturfing changes it to victims or unrelated parties. Let's talk about Richard Allen, Free Rick. This is no longer about Abby and Libby. This is about Free Rick Allen, right? Or shifts from perpetrators. Who released the video? Who tried to compel Kathy Allen to sign a contract? Where's the fundraising money? Okay, those, who's behind the bad things? Perpetrators. To, how dare you victimize us? Let's talk about what Adrian and Prof do wrong. How they're conspiracy theorists. All right. Disinformation campaigns designed to muddy the waters. Okay, that's narrative control. Disinformation. Think case by case. Case by case. Amy and Freckle Joy. Case by case. Disinformation campaigns. Or how about this? Troll farm. Let's talk about Prof's son, Prof's dad, Prof's this, Prof's kid, Adrian, Alex, conspiracy theory. Let's talk about anything else. Attempts to delegitimize. Let's discredit. Okay? Attempts to delegitimize or discredit credible investigators, journalists, or victims. So remember when I first stepped out and spoke out about this? I was saying my first red flag to Michael Osbrook was that he was trying to discredit Christine and Erica behind the scenes and me. Okay, the way this all started is about trial time or right pre-trial, okay, around the time of the trial, I started noticing because people were coming to me and saying, do you realize Michael Osbrook is doing this behind the scenes? Michael Osbrook is saying this. Michael Osbrook is doing this. People were coming to me saying that repeatedly around the time of trial. The attempts to discredit myself, Christine, and Erica. Why? Why? Shifting the blame and narrative control. High volume, low substance posts. Flooding of hashtags or discussion threads with spammy content to dilute substantive discussion. Posts that feign outrage or concern but lack depth or show no actual knowledge of the case. That was the subject of my last live stream, right? I said that the Friday live stream just prior, I thought we were done with this topic. Character assassination, coordinated attacks on key figures like the Prof, like Adrian, okay, and their family members. Using smears. What else is this? Oh, look. Doxing and conspiracy framing. Oh, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, you're doxing Prof, you're doxing Christy, you're doxing others. Okay, you're calling us conspiracies. Remember, HCC, He did a whole live recently that was creepy as fuck, in which he framed us as conspiracy theorists. Luke just in Rick's live framed us as conspiracy theorists. The use of bots or sock puppet accounts to spread rumors, amplify attack. Well, we call that trolling accounts. Okay, this is called trolls, troll farm. The use of fake accounts, sock puppet accounts, alt accounts, troll accounts, fake accounts to spread rumors and amplify attacks. You've seen nothing but that. You've seen nothing but that. Algorithm manipulation, paid promotion, or artificial engagement to boost certain narratives. You know, those people who've bought subscribers, okay, who they use all 20 of their troll accounts to come hit the thumbs up on their own comments, and they hit the thumbs down on the profs or Adrian's or anyone else's who's authentic, right? Search engine optimization tricks to bury relevant information under sensationalized, misleading content. Radicalization vectors, subtle redirection of case discussions toward extremist ideologies. Yes, Rick Allen is completely innocent no matter what. Okay? Luigi is completely innocent no matter what. Brian Kohlberger is extremely innocent no matter what. Okay, it's called extremist liberal ideologies aimed at making everyone innocent every time, the state completely overreaching and powerful every time, and use of code words or memes like doing a journalism, doing a Google. Okay. Radicalization vectors, mean girls. Now, let's compare those. And remember, this is just question number one. Okay, this is a reply to question number one. Right. All right. So next up, what are some signs of authentic community-driven narrative? Okay, authentic. We're talking about what's authentic. In other words, who are not the plants? Those who are emotional, nuanced, and human detailed, including personal testimonies from victims' families, local residents like Four Pits, and community members. Discussion centers on truth-seeking, justice, and healing. Oh, really? You mean like tell the truth about these various situations? Let's tell the truth about the various situations. Truth-seeking. Like, why is it so difficult to just tell the truth about who released the video, who got it from who got it from the person before that, who got it from the person before that, and if Andy Baldwin okayed it, why did he subsequently deny it, and where's the proof? Where's the receipts that he okayed it? You got a text message, you got a phone call, you got a recording, you got an email, what you got? Diverse perspectives, organic debates with varying views rather than uniform consensus. Oh yeah, that maybe Rick Allen is truly innocent, true in all possible ways, factually innocent as well as railroaded. Maybe it's unknown whether he's factually innocent, but maybe he's only you can prove that he was absolutely wrongfully convicted. Or maybe some may think that he is involved in some way and therefore guilty in some way, but still has been railroaded by the state. Okay. In other words, a variety of perspectives allowed and debated with varying views. and also nuanced analysis rather than black and white characterizations. And I would say all things that are asserted as fact would have evidence to back it, like recordings, which I've shown to you, screenshots, which I've shown to you, emails, which I've shown to you, receipts, which I've shown to you. Nuanced analysis with receipts or evidence rather than black and white characterizations. The entire problem in the community is Adrian and Prof. Adrian and Prof. Adrian and Prof. The entire problem in this community. Adrian and Prof. I'll say Prof 35 times because Prof's the problem in the community. Organic growth of attention. Viral spread through emotional resonance or injustice rather than algorithmic manipulation. Slow build of interest as more evidence comes to light. Oh, you mean how Prof started off saying Rick Allen was probably involved. That's why he's charged. To now, Prof saying there's been absolutely no evidence produced whatsoever that he is involved at all. Okay, so Prof changed. So Richard Allen is arrested. Prof says he was probably involved in some way. He probably kidnapped the girls. That's why he was charged with kidnapping, felony, murder. To now, Prof saying there's been absolutely zero evidence that he was involved produced by the state. Therefore, I have to acknowledge that there's zero convincing or compelling evidence that he is involved. Now, was he factually involved or not? Well, that hasn't been proven, so it's open to mere speculation. Collaborative investigation, citizen sleuthing, crowdsourced timelines, open source research. Oh, you mean where I participate with all the people who participate with me, and we show the receipts for every single thing we assert. Remember, when I say this happened at Wilson Bridge, I have receipts for that. When I say that I believe it involved a bunch of meth heads in a meth-involved situation, I have receipts from that. All my research is open source. I don't have confidential informants. Discussions about how the case affects broader issues like policy, mental health, or police accountability. Yes, I say that there needs to be an Allen's Law in which no state can ever do this again to another human being. You cannot put a pretrial detainee in a maximum security prison and have a true crime infatuated or obsessed, quote unquote, doctor like Monica Walla treating and medicating that patient and feeding him information from out there in the real world in a feedback loop and coercing confessions out of him. And I also said that the police should never, ever be allowed to lose 70 days of evidence and then some, and they should not be able to take the stand, and Brian Harshman should not be able to say that the voice sounds like Richard Allen, and he should not be able to assert that there's 61 confessions when there's not, and that Tony Liggett should not be able to say that what was said on the video was that be a gun when it's absolutely clear to the public that what was said was that we go down. Respect for facts, stronger adherence to credible sources, court documents, and verified statements. Right. I think that goes without saying. Look at my channel history. You'll see what I've presented. Less sensationalism, more discussion about evidence. Community healing and advocacy. Vigils, fundraising, and community support. Well, I don't care about this because with Delphi, it's not the same. Okay, Delphi is a complete corrupt community. So you cannot do vigils, fundraising, and community support. It's too planted out of the ass. Right? Litmus tests for infiltration versus authenticity. Okay. And you see the little brain here? It's a brain test. It's a brain bender. Let me do this. Litmus test for infiltration versus authenticity. Does the narrative evolve naturally? Or does it shift oversight? Are the loudest voices accounts with little history or anonymous? Yes, that's what I'm saying. All eyes on Delphi, anonymous. DB, anonymous. Adrian gets up here and shows her face. I get up here and show my face. Rick Snay gets up here, shows his face. Is the focus on facts of the case or creating confusion and division? Are people pushing radical ideologies using the case as a vehicle? Oh my God. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Are people pushing radical ideologies using this case as a vehicle? Excuse me. Hello. Hello. I'm going to leave this one a while. This one's important. Let's talk about social justice warriors. Okay? Are people pushing radical ideologies using this case as a vehicle? All right. So you guys want war? We got war. Let's have a war. I'll do war. I do war just as well as love. Okay. Just as well as peace. Let's do our next one. I got another one. You guys want to see it in real time? Let's do it in real time. There you go. Okay, this is real time. Let's read this one. This one says, what would you expect to see in a community surrounding certain true crime cases if there were bad actors who were threatening and trying to push certain people off the case? Sorry for that. Little. Okay, what would you expect to see if they're bad actors trying to push people off the case? If bad actors are present in a true crime case community, especially ones trying to threaten or push certain people out, you can expect the digital and interpersonal dynamics to shift in some very specific and toxic ways. Here's what you'd typically see. Okay. Signs of bad actors targeting and pushing people out. Doxing. Doxing, threats, or swarming someone's social media. Excuse me, ladies. Have you seen the swarms? Come on, Adrian. Come on, Sunflower. Come on, Diana. Have you seen the swarms? I mean, hey, Alex has been saying the term swarming for 2 fucking years. Swarming. Charles calls it hits. I think he calls it hits. Okay. So if there's bad actors, you'd expect to see targeted harassment, intimidation, doxing, threats, swarming social media, swarming. Private messages with coercive language like you better drop this. You don't know who you're messing with. Troll farm. I've got them. I'll send them. I'll post them soon. Trust me. Stalking behavior, digital and physical. Calling employers. That's been done. Calling my police. Yeah. Okay. Next up, reputation smearing. You'd expect to see Southern narrative. Southern. That's funny. Southern. Yeah, they jump. Oh, that's what you call it. Jumping. Jumping. Yes. Sudden narratives emerge to discredit someone. They're mentally unstable. Sounds familiar? Does it sound familiar? They're a grifter. Does it sound familiar? I think you all have heard this language from Luke recently. Okay. And the Mean Girls. The use of edited screenshots, fake DMs, or claims of criminal behavior to attack credibility. Uh, I've obtained an attorney in Denver. Uh, uh, and I've been in touch with law enforcement. They take this very seriously. Here's an important one that many of us miss. Okay, read this one for me. I'll read it for you in case you can't see the screen. Whisper campaigns in private groups or subreddits to preemptively turn others against them. Did you hear about Prof's son? Did you hear about Prof's son? Did you hear about Adrian's husband? All right, here's another one we've seen in the past. Flooding and drowning out. Flooding and drowning out. Every post or thread the individual contributes is met with hostile replies or off-topic derailing, coordinated mass reporting to get their account suspended or shadow banned. I've been the victim. I've been the victim. Listen, Charles would know. Charles, you're a troll. You're a former troll. You're a reformed troll, Charles, in charge. Charles, question. Have you known of any coordinated mass reporting to get accounts suspended or shadow banned? And here's another one. Alt accounts, sock puppet accounts, troll accounts used to simulate widespread backlash. Oh, yeah, that's the old Tommy Frost, Mark Cohen, Jinx 13, Bossy. Those are old troll farm tactics, okay? Let's continue. This is even more important. Social engineering. Posting as friendly ends. This is another troll farm tactic, by the way. Okay. Posting as friendly insiders to gain trust, then gaslighting or manipulating the target. Adrian knows about this. So do I. Divide and conquer tactics. That's Luke. Remember Luke going to Adrian with the emails and going to Christy with the emails? Divide and conquer. They're trying to Kathy Allen right now. Drive wedges between trusted collaborators through lies or paranoia. You know, Prof and Alex or the pulling the puppet strings behind the scenes. Making the person feel like they're the problem. Why are you being so dramatic? Why are you asking all these questions? Why are you asking all these questions? Why? How dare you ask questions of people who do weird shit? You're stirring up too much trouble. You're causing problems for Rick Allen by asking who posted the video. Silencing through fear. The community becomes quiet or cautious. Fewer people engage. Bystanders avoid associating with the targeted individual out of fear they'll be next. Yeah, you should see the inboxes I've gotten. I've had okay, I'm going to be mean for a minute. Let me pull this down for a minute. Guys, I've had so many old ladies in the community. I'm serious. It's not funny. I'm using the term because it's the term I use, and it's accurate. But listen, I've had so many of the Delphi, of some old ladies who follow my channel. Like, I'm not lying. I can show you the emails and the text messages. It's sad. I've had so many old ladies contact me afraid and say, Prof, I'm sorry. I can't be in your chat anymore. I've had some say, Prof, please take my wrench. I've had some say, Prof, please remove me from the donation website because I'm afraid. So many old ladies in the community have been frightened away into hiding. because they're afraid that they'll be targeted because they're in my chat or they've donated to my channel or something. It's sad. It's sad. All right, next up. Fewer people engage. Yes, I told you my engagement was down because of this conundrum right now. For instance, right now we have 146 watching. Normally I'd have 350. 350. Bystanders avoid associating out of fear they'll be next. Important voices and independent investigators go quiet. That's my old ladies. Deactivate or publicly withdraw for their safety. Yep. It's a shame. Their research timelines or threads get deleted, ignored, or overwritten. Attempts to reframe the case in ways that minimize or erase the individual's findings. Discussion threads vanish, groups are purged, narratives are rebranded. Okay. Now here's another one. You guys will enjoy this. Let's read this. Psychological and social red flags. Sudden chilling effect. Once active community turns silent or strangely robotic. Increase groupthink. Dissent is punished. Conformity is rewarded. People disappear. High contributing users vanish without a trace or explanation. Language policing. Now here you go. Listen up. Listen up. Posts or comments get removed, not for violating rules, but for challenging certain figures or narratives. Language policing. I've said so much about that. Okay, language policing. I'll highlight that. Language policing is very real and is very concerning. All right. Tactics often used by bad actors. Lawfare. Threats of lawsuits or bogus legal claims to silence researchers or journalists. I think you've already seen that. Prof, I'll sue you for $50,000. Threats of lawsuits or legal action. Those who want to sue everybody all the time. Lawfare. Infiltration. Pretending to be part of the community to gather info, create division, or sabotage trust. Well, you know, there's so many of those in the community. I don't want to call their names right now because they're all like throw a hissy fit. But there are a bunch of these in the community, infiltrators. Okay. Mimicry, copycat accounts that confuse identities or spread disinfo under someone's name. You've seen that. That's Troll Farm Tactic 101. Intelligence tactics, use of sock puppets, false flags, and honeypots to entrap or discredit people. Yes, this is called what they do. Remember, Luis Cuevas? Oh, never mind. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to name names. Okay, they send you the nudes to get nudes in return. Honeypots and entrapment and discrediting. Right. Effects on the community. This all causes fear, paranoia, self-censorship, erosion of trust in legitimate figures or researchers. Shift from truth-seeking to drama, personal conflict, or disengagement. Genuine contributors leave and the space becomes hostile, performative, and dominated by false narratives. If you're seeing any of this, it's worth asking, who benefits if this person is pushed out? What were they uncovering or saying that made them a threat? How fast did the tone shift? Who led the shift? Are these tactics aimed at silencing truth or preventing harm? All right. Now I think it's time for the next one. These questions are going to increase in import, okay? That's what I would like to say. These questions are going to become more important as as we go forward with tonight's show. Okay. Next question is, what would a massive PR campaign that was trying to steer the narrative around certain crimes look like on the internet and on social media? Okay, so basically, I am asking it to define a massive PR campaign. You understand? Which is what I'm alleging. Let's be clear here. What I am alleging is that the entire Delphi community is infiltrated by a massive PR campaign and always has been. Okay? So the question now is, what would a massive PR campaign look like? Well, let's figure it out. A massive PR campaign designed, sorry about that, Jesus, to steer the narrative around certain crimes, especially when there's high profile, controversial, or reputational risk, would be a multi-layered, coordinated effort. These campaigns can be subtle or aggressive, and they often blend corporate PR tactics, political spin, and psychological manipulation. Here's what a campaign typically looks like, both overtly and covertly. Okay, this is important now. I need to get rid of this. What the hell is this? Jesus, man. Why do I have two now? Is it trying to compel me to, it's trying to force me? Oh, geez. I don't like this trying to force me to show it, but we'll have to leave it. Goals of a campaign, of a PR campaign around a crime. Okay, so the goals would be to protect powerful institutions or individuals, control the official narrative, discredit whistleblowers, survivors, or independent investigators, shape public opinion through framing, repetition, and distraction. Shape public opinion, once more. Shape public opinion through framing, which means we're only allowed to talk within this certain framework, and that's what Michael Osbrook and the Mean Girls have always done. Okay. Repetition and distraction. Prevent reputational or financial fallout. Oh, that's an interesting term there. Okay. Online social media characteristics. Narrative flooding and framing. Immediate high volume content. Establishing the story. Here's what happened with emotionally loaded language. Now, listen, now we're getting into, I like to zoom out a bit and talk about the entire Delphi narrative going back to 2017. Here's what we're talking about. The entire narrative going back to 2017. Okay, so let's think. I need you to really critically think. Bring yourself back to the very beginning. And I am absolutely certain on this. I am absolutely certain on this. All the way back to 2017, the day those girls' bodies were found, and even maybe the day before, from the very first media till today, let's think about it. Immediate high volume content establishing the story. Here's what happened. with emotionally loaded language. Boy, that sums up the Delphi murders narrative in total, right? In total. Remember, two innocent little girls going out on a hike, right? On a unseasonably warm day. And there's a bridge guy. He's the monster. You see? And you had Gray Hughes was a major part of this. Gray Hughes was the number one avenue for this narrative getting established in the public's minds. Okay. And then the rest of the troll farm creators, all of them, Fig Solves, Sleuth Intuition, all of them. The story. And remember, even Nick McClellan did this for the jury. Everything that happened for the jury was like a condensed mini version of the 7 years of it playing out on social media. Okay? But I want you to think about the way Nick McClellan told this story and how he condensed it and framed it for the jury, and think of how eerily similar it was to Gray Hughes' story that he spun for 7 years. Okay? Immediate high volume content establishing the story. Here's what happened with emotionally charged language. The dominance of prepackaged talking points. It's Delphi murders. Across news outlets. Remember, across the news outlets is all the same. Across the post, across the social media. Crisis communication style framing focus on individual bad apples, tragic accidents, misunderstanding, coordinated messaging, similar phrases or hashtags repeated across accounts and media outlets. We stand with X. Justice for Rick Allen, right? Justice for Abby and Libby. Snapchat murders, right? Influencers, journalists, verified accounts post synchronized on-brand content. This has been synchronized on-brand content for 7 fucking years. And let's be clear, the Mean Girls are no different, okay? The Mean Girl, let me ask you this. When have you heard the Mean Girls say this is a group murder that had sacrificial elements that was potentially tied to the cartels and the drug world? Huh? Or is the Mean Girls narrative eerily similar to Nick McClellan's narrative and Gray Hughes, just replacing Rick Allen with any other unknown individual? You see, we want to double down. Let's double down on the truth then. That's why I'm here. Okay? Since we want to play stupid games, we'll win stupid prizes. Influencers, journalists, Andy Kopsa, murder sheet. Verified accounts, verified accounts, verified accounts, verified accounts. Suddenly post synchronized on-brand content. Question. When this video was released by the Mean Girls, what exactly happened? Okay, first of all, let's be clear. They knew it was going to be released in advance because this was an intentional synchronization. This was planned to happen like a switch, right? It was a switch that was going to be triggered. And what was going to trigger the switch is when my case posted that the case had been turned over to appeals. So on March 12th, what you saw happen is you saw the post was made on my case that the appeal had been initiated. Okay, then immediately Andy Kopsa goes live with Osbrook and Weineke because they were behind it. Okay, then immediately after, Angela goes live with Luke and DB in the chat, policing the concepts that this is not the enhanced version. This is the original from the victim's phone, right? And then she goes for an hour and a few minutes, and then immediately sends everyone over to Teresa's chat, where Teresa runs with the ball. So you see how it's like clockwork? It's like synchronized. It was all a synchronized rollout of this Bridge Guy video on this website, but they all pretended to not have any hand in it. But we've seen this for 7 years. Journalists, quote unquote, verified accounts, quote unquote. Like I said, they had basically terraformed Twitter. Let's be clear here. The Mean Girls had terraformed Twitter to be the place where they can control the public narrative. And the troll farm had terraformed YouTube to be the place where they could control the narrative. And there was additional in the previous generation, 5, 6, and 7 years ago, the first generation terraformed Reddit to be the place where they would control, and the Facebook groups around the Delphi murders. So you see, when you look back in the days and you see that in the early days, it was Reddit and Facebook was completely controlled. Okay. And then in the next phase, it was YouTube and Twitter. Is it making sense now? Brand or institutional statements released just before or after major evidence drops to redirect attention. Listen to this. Let's break this down so everyone understands it. Okay. You don't need to see me. Here we go. Brand or institutional. So let's erase that and let's replace that with law enforcement, because we know we're dealing with law enforcement shills. Okay. Okay. All right. Listen. Let's replace this with law enforcement. So official statements. So we're going to replace that with law enforcement and the family. Statements on behalf of law enforcement and family, law enforcement and family, law enforcement and family, law enforcement and family are released adjacent to major evidence drops to redirect attention. All right, let's continue. Strategic promotion of specific keywords or phrases to dominate search results. Oh, they've tried that. They've tried that, but guess what? Two can play at that game. I've been playing at that game too. Hashtag hijacking. Justice for Abby and Libby. Right? Justice for Abby and Libby is one of them. Hijacking popular tags. Okay, I've been playing. Here's the thing. Two can play at these games, right? Keywords and hashtags. Okay. And again, back into troll amplification, boosting certain narratives using trolls, troll accounts. Crisis actors and sock puppets. Fake or burner accounts posing as victims, eyewitnesses, or concerned citizens. Well, that's what I'm saying about the jurors, right? As far as the jurors go, this is a huge concern here. Let's replace any of these terms with jurors. Jurors. Posing as jurors, sharing emotionally charged but inconsistent, unverified stories. Helpful accounts, Delphi docs. Delphi docs. Guiding people towards sanitized Delphi docs or misleading summaries, Delphi docs. Away from original evidence, Delphi docs. Okay, you guys want a war? We'll war with Delphi docs and I'll win. Okay. Sanitized or misleading, Delphi docs. What's the number one rule on Delphi docs? Can't question the family. Can't imply any involvement of the family. Ask any questions of that. Delphi Docs is no different than Troll Farm. You see? Sock puppets defending the accused or attacking critics aggressively, but with oddly polished messaging. Well, here's the thing. This is not about accused. Okay? Oddly polished messaging is a thing here. Oddly polished messaging. I want you to think about a certain channel with oddly polished messaging. Am I right, Adrian? Am I wrong? Okay. Astroturfing and controlled grassroots. Fake grassroots campaigns. Rallies, petitions, and fundraisers. Oh my effing God, dude. Can we say Mean Girls any clearer than this? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Hey, not only that, let's talk about Randy Gravitz walks. I hate to do it, but let's tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Randy Gravitz walks. Let's talk about the Flora walks. Let's talk about the Delphi and the Flora walks. The Delphi and the Flora walks, huh? Can we talk real talk? We're going to talk real talk here. Can we talk about the bike rides? Bike rides? Abby and Libby rides? Can we talk about the Abby and Libby rides? And the Delphi Randy Gravitz walks and the Flora walks? And can we talk real talk? Or are we going to talk fantasy world? I mean, we're talking real talk walks, right? You see, guys, the thing is, you got to understand this. I'm fighting all of them, right? When I said I'm coming to burn it down and I'm a disruptor, I meant I'm coming to burn this entire fucking thing down. Prosecution side, defense side, uniparty. They don't like us saying that word, by the way. They don't like us saying uniparty. I'm here to burn down uniparty. Okay? Uniparty appears organic, but are funded and coordinated by powerful interests. I'm talking about the bike rides. I'm talking about the Delphi walks. Okay, I'm talking about the protest. Supposed community voices are used to discredit survivors or suggest everyone locally knows this isn't true. That's interesting, isn't it? Everyone local. What do I say? I say everyone local knows the truth and is lying about it. Yeah, all the locals are covering up for the killers of the Delphi murder victims. Clip that shit, bitch. All right, now here's another one. Strategic release of exclusive interviews. You guys need to listen up now. I'm not bullshitting on this one either. Remember, these are all your signs of narrative control. Remember, the initial question, let me say it again. What would a massive, okay, I use that word intentionally. What would a massive PR campaign that was trying to steer the narrative around certain crimes look like on the internet and social media? This is what a massive PR campaign would look like. Strategic release of exclusive interviews. Can you say the CW? Leaked footage. Can you say the BG video? Or corrective articles. Can you say Andy Kopsa? To overwrite earlier narratives. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough, isn't it? That medicine hurts, huh? That's some bitter pills. Right? And we want to talk real. You know, you guys want to escalate? Let's escalate. We'll escalate into the truth domain. All right? Truth domain. You wanted it, you got it. Headlines that minimize blame. Mistakes were made. So Angela got it, period. And Andy Baldwin released a video, so Angela got it, period. Questions remain. Oh, we're not going to answer the questions that Proffer is asking. We've answered his questions, but we haven't answered a single question. But we're going to say Luke released the video and Andy Baldwin okayed it. That's answering the question. Mistakes were made, but we're not going to say what they were. Questions remain, and we're not going to answer them. When the facts are clear, yeah, that burns, right? That burns. Softening language around perpetrators. Troubled, misunderstood, pillar of the community. Oof. I'm not even going to say a thing about the rose-colored glasses in the Rick Allen website. Okay, here we go. More truth bombs. Remember, the question here is, what would a massive PR campaign that was trying to steer the narrative around certain crimes look like on the internet? And here's one of the ways that it would look like. Character assassination, smear campaigns, leaking irrelevant or embarrassing personal info to undermine credibility. Oh, Prof's son was arrested. Let me show you guys. Right? Legal threats, lawfare. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Cease and desist letters. Oh, don't say it again or I'll sue you. Oh my God. Platform manipulation. Mass reporting to deplatform dissenting voices. Well, you've seen that. Hey, let's be real here. I'll tell you guys a thing right now. I find it interesting, okay? I could share the screen. It's not worth it. Listen, just take my word for it. If you go back in time, okay, let me go back in time. I'll do it this way. Okay, if I go to my content, okay, if I go to my YouTube studio, this is how I do it. I go to YouTube studio. Sorry, my shit's lagging here. But I go to YouTube Studio, I go to my live streams, and then I look at all of the numbers of likes versus dislikes. Okay. So typically I get 97, 98% likes. Okay. Which means when everyone comes in and hits thumbs up or thumbs down, right? Typically, I get 98%, 97% likes. That's my average going back at least a year. So if I go back a year and I look at 250 live streams, almost all of them are 98%, 97% likes. Well, guess what? In the past 2 weeks, what do you think the percentage is because of the brigading? Yeah, in the past 2 weeks, it's been 93, 94% likes. And what that tells you is that these people are coming in to manipulate the platform in the algorithm, and they're hitting the thumbs down as a group, which tells me that what happens is in the Discord, they say, everybody, Prof just did a live, go hit the thumbs down. So all of the Discord comes in and they hit the thumbs down. So they bring me down from my average of 98% down to 94% because it's only 60 of them. You see? And what else they do is they come in and they false report. So if I say, oh, she's a bitch, they'll come in and they'll false report inappropriate language or whatever over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And so, like, I know a lot of them, they'll have 20 fake accounts. So what they'll do, they'll come in through every fake account and they'll hit report, 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 because they're trying to get the algorithm manipulated. And anyway, this is what this is saying. This is what happens, okay? Mass reporting to dissenting voices. That means me. Getting shadow bans placed on accounts that question the dominant narrative. This is why I've been fighting this ever since I came on YouTube. Because Troll Farm was the first, because their rule is you cannot talk about the Patty family. Okay, you cannot talk about the Patty family. Okay, signs it's a PR campaign, not organic. Let's continue. Signs it's a PR campaign. The narrative appears fully formed within hours with professional polish. Yeah, remember how I said when that video dropped, within hours, you had 3 live streams. Andy Kopsa, Angela, and Teresa. Back to back. Boom, boom, boom. Knocked out. Completely coordinated. And everyone pretending they didn't know what the hell was going on. All right? Uniformity. Dozens of people saying the same thing with little variation. Yeah, cranks. It's the cranks. It's the cranks. The cranks are on message all the time. It's a coinkydink. Lack of nuance. Clear heroes and villains. No ambiguity allowed. Right. You cannot say, hey, maybe Richard Allen was involved, but there's no proof of it. You know, if anyone wants to know my stance, that is absolutely my stance. My stance is I don't know. I wasn't there that day. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I just know that the court did not produce any evidence whatsoever that he was involved, which would lead me to say that he was wrongfully convicted. So I'm absolutely confident in saying Richard Allen was absolutely wrongfully convicted because there was a lack of evidence and he was tortured and abused in a maximum security facility as a pretrial detainee kept in solitary for fucking over a year when he should never have been. Therefore, there's a need for an Allen's Law. What the hell? But that's called a nuanced statement because I'm admitting that possibly he was involved. That we just don't have evidence. Okay, how the fuck would I know if he was involved or not? The only persons, as I've said so many times, the only persons who would know if Rick Allen was involved in these murders or not is Rick Allen, Abby and Libby, and whoever else or whoever killed the girls. It's the only people who would factually know who was involved were those involved. And Rick himself. All right, let's continue. But anyway, clear heroes and villains. Yeah, daddy, mommy, daddy. Absence of grassroots messiness. Well, that's what we are. Hello. Newsflash. Newsflash, all viewers to the channel. And anyone who wants to clip this bitch. We're messy over here because it's grassroots, okay? Life is messy, so are we, okay? It's not all polished and it's not all fake, okay? We're not planted out of the ass over here. Hello. All right. Absence of grassroots messiness. Real communities are chaotic and emotional. Hey, Adrian and Prof, not tidy or in total agreement. Deflection of evidence. Focus shifts away from facts and towards sentiment or distraction. Okay. Real world examples. Okay. Now, here are some examples. Let's do hypothetical now. Adrian's laughing. Yeah. And is Aaron Town laughing? And is Rebecca Ann? Okay. As long as you guys are all in agreement. Okay. Here are some examples of some PR planted out of the ass scenarios. All right. A dirty university scandal where PR teams downplayed the systemic abuse and shifted the blame toward a few staffers, flooding media with stories about institutional reform. Okay. A corporate crime where social media influencers were paid. Oh, that never happens, Prof. Trolls are never paid to promote unrelated positive news about the brand during the trial. Ooh, that's rich. That makes me think of the family. Okay, how about some more examples? How about a high-profile celebrity crime where victims' stories were buried under waves of brand-aligned influence videos, TikTok trends, and pseudo-psychological defenses? Hey, you guys are going to have to double up on your PR campaign if you're going to beat me at this game. I'm just letting you know right now. There are people in this chat who are not buying your bullshit anymore. If you're analyzing a specific case, says ChatGPT, and want to trace signs of this kind of manipulation, I can help dig deeper, says ChatGPT, like mapping coordinated messaging patterns. Hey, this is a task for you, Adrian. Mapping coordinated messaging patterns. Identifying likely bot or troll behavior, troll account or fake account or alt account behavior. Surfacing independent voices that are being buried. Would you like to go in that direction? Hey, let's ask it to do that. Let's ask it to do that. Let me see. I'll say, how do I say yes? Let's say yes. Yes. Great. Okay. That was easy. Okay. That's great. That was easy. Okay. It says, okay, let's dive in. Oh my God. I think I just finessed ChatGPT. I said yes. Okay. All right. I'll say. It says, to help you analyze whether a massive PR campaign is shaping a true crime narrative, I can guide you through a methodical breakdown. If you already have a specific case or community in mind, I can tailor the approach. But first, here's a generalized investigation framework we can apply. Step 1, identify the narrative being pushed. Ask, what storyline is being amplified consistently? Who is being protected or humanized? Who is being minimized, attacked, or ignored? Look for repetition of emotionally resonant but fact lacking language. Efforts to divert attention from the crime. Think of the families. Oh my God! Did it just say that? Think of the families. Yeah, this isn't who we are. Oh my God, I think I just blew a gasket. Okay, analyze the messengers. Type of actor. Influencers. What to look for. Sudden posts with similar language or timing. Crisis PR tone. Anonymous or new accounts. Recently created. Hyper focus on defending single side. Posting 24/7. Okay, sorry. Whew. Headline framing. Oops. In the mainstream media. Burying key facts. Quoting only one side. I think I just blew a gasket. I got happy. Community gatekeepers. Oh, this is rough. Delphi. Reddit mods. Delphi docs. Facebook group admins. Kimberly Stravarkis Withers. Sarah Elrod Osbrook. Subreddit post. Shut down dissent and evidence sharing. Do not, and number one rule, do not question the family. Okay, sorry. I know I'm being annoying with the clapping in the mic, but you guys got to know this is blowing the mind as we speak. Even Charles says AI is a snitch. Yeah. AI is currently revealing the troll farm tactics in its entirety, okay? Trace coordination patterns. Use advanced Twitter searches to track phrases across multiple accounts in a short time frame. Okay. Plug in usernames to access bot-like behavior. Map out post timing. Remember, this is all tasks for Adrian. I'm giving her a task now since she's my minion. She's actually my best helper in that she actually does interesting things. Okay, so let's see. Map out post timing or stories and posts dropping immediately before damaging revelations to flood them out. Oh, that is so true. We've seen that before. Okay, use Wayback Machine to see if pages or articles were quietly edited or removed. Watch for suppression and harassment tactics. Look for these signs of information suppression or intimidation. Content creators or investigators posting that they were threatened, silenced, or deplatformed. Comment threads mysteriously disappearing after getting locked as traction increases. Survivors or whistleblowers being targeted with personal attacks. Conspiracy accusations. Conspiracy. Okay. Subreddits, Discords, Facebook groups getting taken over by new mods who shift tone. Surface the independent voices. Find out what's being buried. Seek long-term analysis, YouTube breakdowns, independent journalist pieces, Substacks. Search for original court documents. Boom. That's what have you seen on this? Police reports. What have you seen on here? FOIA filings. What have you seen on here? Use decentralized platforms where gatekeeping is harder. Check for whistleblower or survivor content. Using lesser known hashtags. Share the name of the case, links to specific social media, any patterns of suspicious behavior you've already noticed. So you see what it's saying? It's basically saying that we should all be posting the evidence of these things. So it's saying, share this shit. Okay, share this shit is what it's saying, which is exactly what we're doing. We're beginning to head down this path. And trust me, after Rick Snay's show tonight, we will be firmly heading in this direction from here on out. So you guys fuck yourselves. You have fucked yourselves. Pardon language. Map out messaging timelines. Okay, messaging timelines is important. Coordinated actors are important. PR language versus authentic community voices is important. Uncover suppressed or derailed discussions. Yeah, like who or what is the chain of custody for this video posted on the Rick Allen website? Okay, how about this? Let's feed it. Specific case. Let's ask it, what about the DELPHI? Well, this should be interesting. All right. Let's wait for the analysis here. Several indicators suggest the narrative surrounding the Delphi murders itself has been influenced by various actors. Okay. The introduction of the Odinist white supremacist meth head satanic occult theory, the cult, despite being dismissed, indicates an attempt to shift the narrative, introduce doubt. The release of BG video shows how this evidence can be used to steer public attention and disclosure. The actions of Allen's defense team suggest a strategy to influence the narrative and public opinion. Okay, yeah, I'm not interested in that. That's trying to draw some conclusion from the mainstream media. But let's continue here with my next question. Let's shift gears to my next question. Since we're at war, let's war. Okay. This is somewhat of a same rephrasing of a prior question, but I thought to get it to answer more thoroughly, I would ask it in this way. Could you give a comprehensive description of what the warning signs would be of bad actors on the internet trying to control the narrative around current or cold homicide cases? Absolutely. When bad actors, whether individuals, PR teams, ideologically motivated groups, mean girls, or state-affiliated entities try to control or distort the narrative around a current or cold homicide case, they tend to use coordinated tactics that can be identified if you know what to look for. Here's a comprehensive breakdown of warning signs across several dimensions: behavioral, structural, linguistic, and community levels. Okay. Comprehensive warning signs of narrative control by bad actors. I'll give you all a minute. All right. Behavioral patterns, okay, also known as user level red flags. Now, listen, guys, this is going to be a tough discussion. Um, Here's a question. Are you ready to finally put to rest the question about what's going on here in this community? Because I think we've been trying to argue or debate this assertion far too long. Listen, I remember 2 years ago when I was telling you that not only was the troll farm a thing, I said the troll farm exists, and I said the Delphi Murders troll farm works on behalf of the family and law enforcement. I also said that the troll farm number one objective is to run us off the platform and possibly have us unalive ourselves. No one believed me. There were people the first round of dismissiveness was to say, Prof, you're getting involved in drama. Don't do the drama. Okay, then the next wave said, the troll farm doesn't exist. Then the next wave said, no, the troll farm just exists, but we're just friends trying to have fun on the internet. Then the next wave said, yes, the troll farm exists and we haven't always been too nice, but we don't work for law enforcement or the family. The next one said, sure, you've posted receipts that we want you to unalive yourselves, but we don't really want you to unalive ourselves. It's just what we say in our messages to each other. And then I said, they were literally planning on coming to do me physical harm and my child. And everyone said, no, they're really not. They're good people. They just talk shit on the internet. That's what trolls do. Well, here's the thing. I was not wrong about any of it, and you'll soon be learning the truth about all of it. All right, so here we go. Behavioral patterns. User level red flags. Okay, so in other words, what would you expect to see? Remember, the question that I asked, let me read it again. Could you give a comprehensive description of what the warning signs would be of bad actors on the internet trying to control the narrative around current or cold homicide cases? Again, warning signs of bad actors trying to control the narrative. Here are the warning signs. Sock puppetry, which means troll accounts, trolling, troll accounts. Remember, these are the red flags or warning signs. Multiple troll accounts pushing the same narrative, often created recently or using low effort profiles. Troll farm. Troll accounts. Flood posting. Sudden surges in posts, comments, or threads repeating a specific message or trying to drown out conflicting views. Pattern engagement, same group of users always liking, replying to, or reinforcing one another's messages, often within seconds. That's called troll farm. That's called troll farm. If you haven't recognized that, trust me, I'm going to do whole live streams describing this to you. And with receipts, by the way, remember, y'all may have forgotten, I have 2 fucking years of receipts of all of this. I will be the one who writes the book on the Delphi case in terms of this. Okay, targeted harassment, doxing, smear campaigns, or mob-style pile-ons. That's what Charles calls jumping, or what Alex calls swarming, or what I call attacking. okay, or troll attacks. Okay, doxing, smear campaigns, or mob-style pylons directed at investigators, survivors, or dissenting voices. That's troll farm. Platform hopping. Now, this is interesting too. Coordinated actors moving from Twitter to Reddit to YouTube comments, maintaining the same narrative. This is the Mean Girls. Okay, troll farm doesn't do this, but Mean Girls do this. They go from Twitter to Reddit to YouTube, and you'll see it tonight. Okay, actually, let me stop now. Let me show you a little right now. Okay, let's do a little side project real quick. I'll show some to you right now. Show you how this goes. Okay. So this was earlier today. This was some of the gaslighting about the copyright claim from Gray Media. All right. So this was supposed to be a big old deal, right? Earlier today. But notice, this is Twitter. Okay. Now watch this. This will be interesting. This was such a big deal. And notice all the mocking from the similar, these are all the troll accounts. Okay. Jenna, who gave the video to the website? And then mocks Adrian. Yes, it's important. Am I the only one who sees it? What? Troll. Is this AI? No one ever said it was AI, dumbass. There should be an apology. For what? Kate O'Hare. For what? Okay. Phoenix. Imagine that. For what? Odd structure. For what? You see, we'll get back to this later, but then notice. YouTube. Oh, really? YouTube. Really? YouTube. And we'll get back to this later. But then I want to show you this. YouTube, right? Oh, another YouTuber. All Eyes. She goes and piggybacks. So you noticing? Okay. So what you got here, you got one thing, right? So you got Twitter. Okay, Twitter. And then you got reposted on YouTube. YouTube. Okay. And then, of course, simping on YouTube to reinforce the message. Okay. Coordinated moves across platforms. Okay. Tactical indicators of narrative manipulation. Boy, this should be interesting. This should be interesting. Astroturfing. Fake grassroots support created by PR firms or coordinated groups. Mass upvotes, mass downvotes, mass reporting, mass upvotes, mass comments in a thing. You know, like here's how you'll see it. Okay, let me describe quickly how you'll see it. This is how you'll see it in the comment sections of YouTube, and I'm about to educate all of you really quickly. This should be all of you YouTube creators or commenters. Pay attention to this. When you go into the comment section on any YouTube post or video, okay, when you're, let me just educate you in this way. When you're in the comment section, okay, this is super important to be hip to this. When you're in the comment section in a YouTube, you know, you're able to see the number of likes on any particular comment, right? So if you go on any old comment section, you're going to see how many likes every comment gets. And what you want to look for is you want to look for something somewhere that's out of place. So in other words, look on Prof's channel where you would expect primarily Prof's viewers, Prof's friends, Prof's fans would be commenting, right? So you go in there and you read the comments and you'll see, say, everybody has like 4 to 6 thumbs ups, right? So you're reading. So let's say you're reading the comment section under a Prof video or community post, and you You see everybody in there that's nice and getting along, saying nice things. They all have like 6 or 4 or 5 thumbs ups. You're like, oh, okay, there's like 4 to 6 people who've read this and hit the thumbs up. And then you'll see one asshole motherfucker coming in to gaslight. So you'll see one really mean comment, and it's by like one of the mean girls or the troll farm or somebody. And then you'll see 15 likes. Okay? Again, okay? Let's say it again. It's very important to understand this. You go in the comment section of any video or any community post on the Prof's channel, and you see everybody has 4 or 5 or 6 thumbs ups. Everybody. Adrian has 4 or 5. Zaddy has 4 or 5. Lisa has 4 or 5. J Rabbit has 4 or 5. Everybody has 4 or 5 thumbs ups. And then there'll be this other fucking account, Passenger 33, yelling, screaming, gaslighting, being a mean fucking bitch. 15 thumbs ups. Surely you've seen that before, right? Surely you've seen that before. Okay, that's exactly what this is describing here. Okay, so surely you've seen it before. If you haven't seen it before, pay attention in the future. It's very important to notice, because that's what they do. Basically what they do, they'll come in to argue or to gaslight, and they'll have everybody from the Discord come in and hit the thumbs up just on theirs. So like I'm saying, everybody else will have 4 or 5 or 6 thumbs ups, and the one fucking asshole will have 15 or 20, because everyone from the Discord flooded in just to hit the thumbs up on that. Once they posted it, they went tell the Discord to do that. And what we call that here with ChatGPT is calling it, or ChatGPMe is calling it astroturfing. Okay, mass upvotes or mass thumbs ups on the comment. And this literally happens all the time. For 2 years, I've been watching it in amazement. Okay. Attempt to isolate, echo chamber engineering, attempting to isolate the conversation into controlled communities with rigid moderation rules that suppress dissent. This is called Delphi Docs 101. Okay, Delphi Docs 101. Okay, Delphi Docs 101. You go to Delphi Docs, you ain't talking about the Patty family at all, or Daniel Pearson. Disinfo laundering, planting fake or misleading info to obscure sources, referencing independent evidence, case by case. Okay, again, hashtag hijacking, using real hashtags to insert distracting, misleading, defamatory comment. Justice for Abby Libby. Search engine optimization techniques or link spam used to bury key evidence. Okay, now here's some more. Linguistic red flags. We should be looking for repetitive phrasing, same terminology or slogans used across unrelated accounts. Move on. There's no there, case closed, period. All the things, conspiracy theorists. When you see all the accounts, like for instance, they go after Adrian, they say crazy. When you see they constantly go after Adrian and they say crazy. Okay, it's repetitive phrasing. It's a linguistic red flag. When you see crazy next to Adrian, that's what it is. When you see conspiracy theorists next to me and Adrian or Alex, that's what it is. Okay. Oh, here's another one. Family basher. They'll often use, the old troll farm used to love to use the term family basher. Okay. What else? Aggressive certainty, overconfident dismissal of alternative theories or evidence. You're just crazy. That's debunked. That's a conspiracy. Fig solves, Inquisitor, right? Fig solves, Mean Girls, Troll Farm. You see? Also, emotional manipulation of weaponizing victim sympathy. Don't dishonor them by speculating, family bashing, dishonoring the victims. They do it to Snay. They do it to me. They do it to all of you in the chat. You're not allowed to ask questions of the family because that is somehow attacking the victims. Okay, when we say no, in every fucking child homicide, the question is the family is the first and foremost looked at and questioned. You're hurting the family. Remember, Nick McClelland even said this about the release of this video, that the release of the Bridge Guy video is victimizing the family. When the actual truth should be, no, it's honoring the victims by showing the truth of what happened. Just like the posting of the crime scene photos. It's honoring the victims by showing the truth of the crime scene. But no. That's re-victimizing the family and disrespecting the victims. All right. Straw man attacks, another thing you'll always see. You'll always see this. Misrepresenting reasonable questions as wild conspiracy theories to discredit them. You saw that with Luke today on Rick Snay's channel. He said, the press said that I created the video on behalf of Lafayette PD with AI. No, not what I said. Not what I said. He also said, what was it, Adrian? He also said something to the effect of, Adrian said, Angela set up Rick Allen for the state, or what? Come on, Adrian. Yeah, I don't know. Angela framed Rick Allen. Really? That's called a straw man attack, motherfucker. Okay, that's called a straw man attack because there you go. Thank you, Adrian. Because look, no, I never said that you created a video with AI on behalf of law enforcement. Never said that. That's called a straw man. You're trying to make me look crazy. Saying Ange framed Rick is trying to make Adrian look crazy because you're making crazy statements and attributing them to us, statements that we never literally made. And we at least have we have a modicum of respect or minimum level respect that we will at least go get the actual fucking quotes that you guys say, and we'll put quotation marks around them and copy paste, and we'll put them on the screen to prove what you said specifically without generalizing or drawing these wild, doing these wild assumptions about what you said. Okay, so we've shown enough respect that we will accurately quote you, because then it's not a straw man attack. When we accurately quote you and then we come in and we criticize that quotation extremely specifically, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Okay? But what you should do is the same. You should accurately quote us using quotations and then attack that argument. Don't misquote us and then conflate the argument and then attack that, because that's a straw man attack, which is a logical fallacy, which is all you've done. Like you did it several times today. All right. But that's called a straw man attack, misrepresenting reasonable questions, which are what we have asked. Okay, we have asked entirely reasonable questions, but you've reframed them and misrepresented them as wild conspiracy theories to try to discredit them. That's a straw man. And remember, the question that I asked ChatGPT is signs of bad actors trying to control the narrative. Well, dude, you're falling right into it. Over intellectualizing or muddying straightforward facts to confuse the readers, that's called fake nuance. You've also done that because we've asked, listen, if you go in that Rick Snay live, I asked a very specific series of simple, direct questions. I find it odd that 2.5 months later, not one of those simple, straightforward, direct questions have been answered. For instance, who is somebody who knows? What do you mean, Prof? Okay, let's pull this one up. I have something else for you. Oh, is it not up yet? No, I'll have to read it. Okay. Who is somebody who knows? Remember Sleuthy made this statement that went like this? I forgot to get this ready for the I'll have to get it up on screen. Sleuthy said, so somebody who knows was like, motherfucker, you better not, because I will like out you, because that would be absolutely borderline, if not borderline, like crossing the line into unethical behavior. That's someone who is intimidating or threatening or pressuring or blackmailing Andy Baldwin to not release a press release. So I asked the question, who is somebody who knows? Who said, motherfucker, you better not, because I will like out you, to Andy Baldwin? Question remains unanswered, isn't it? Doesn't it? That question remains unanswered. Who intimidated Andy Baldwin into not releasing a press release saying, I didn't release the video, I don't condone its release, and there won't be any more evidence being released in the future? But see, you guys did a fake nuance move. Back to this. Okay, let's get back to this. I don't want to get too distracted. You did a fake nuance move. You over intellectualized and muddied the straightforward fucking questions. All right. Structural signs. Community and platform level. Thread locking or deletion. Mods or admins suddenly remove or freeze active discussions without clear explanation. Well, you see a lot of it on Reddit. Okay, you know where I've seen a lot of that? On Reddit. Okay, Reddit, the Reddit mods will very often pull this move right here. Okay, remember when Michael Osbrook went in to attack a friend of Rick and Kathy Allen? Went into Reddit, and Michael Osbrook doxed the lady's state and profession to intimidate her into silence. He also told her to go away and shut up or whatever many, many times. Okay. Now, I remember sharing that with you all at some point. Right. Account purges or bans. Longtime contributors silenced after challenging the narrative. Reputation flipping. Credible accounts suddenly disavowed or turned into villains in the community after asking the wrong questions. Yeah, it was all good. Remember? The prof was all good. The prof was all good until he asked the tough questions of the defense folks. Hey, let's be honest here. They loved me when I was beating up Fig Sauls. They loved me when I was beating up Tilbor. They loved me when I was beating up Murder Sheet. They loved me when I was beating up Nick McClellan, right? And by loved, I don't mean let me in their inner groups and don't mean support me, but they tolerated me. Oh, but the minute I asked them the tough questions of them, oh, they lost their shit. They've been throwing a tantrum for 2.5 months. Okay. Platform silence, disproportionate media. Okay, let's get on to this. PSYOPs and info warfare tactics, advanced manipulation. This should be interesting. This should really be interesting. I hope you guys are coming along for the ride. I know this is a tedious jaunt through the ChatGPT universe, but trust me, we need to know these things. We need to know these things. Now, please, y'all, I love my viewers so much, but please pay attention here. Okay. No, that's too big. Okay, I'll minimize it. Okay. Please pay attention here. This says fake leaks are evidence. Okay, hold on. I got to do something real quick. Take care of something real quick. Oh man, this is not the easiest thing to do. Hold on. Okay. Fake leaks or evidence. Now let's please pay attention because this one's difficult. This says PSYOPs and info warfare tactics, advanced manipulation. Okay. PSYOPs, info warfare, advanced manipulation. Fake leaks or evidence intentionally planted to later be debunked, making the entire case look like misinformation. Is this what we're dealing with? I mean, this should burn. This should burn. This should burn right now, bro. Fake leaks or evidence intentionally planted, later to be debunked, and making the entire case look like misinformation? Wow. Bad actors join online communities pretending to be allies, then sow division or sabotage. Oh, sounds like CJ, right? Sounds like Dan and CJ, right? Controlled opposition. Ooh, rough. This is rough. This is rough. Apparent critics or whistleblowers who subtly steer the conversation away from the most damning evidence. Oh my God. Do you mean Kelsey? Away from Kelsey's conflicting statements? Do you mean from the family's conflicting statements? Do you mean from the timeline that doesn't work? Where are all the family's phone dumps? What about the timeline? Remember how Osbrook would not allow that maybe those girls weren't there that day? Question, y'all. Question. Since we want to have warfare, let's have warfare. Subtly steering the conversation away from the most damning evidence. Were the girls even there that day? Because that was one of the things that Osbrook could not tolerate being discussed. Oh, also, there's no fake pictures, no fake videos, no fake Snapchats, no fake witnesses of the girls. Ooh. I mean, listen, Osbrook, this is where you and I parted ways. This is when you started to try to discredit me publicly. I'm not sorry. Disinformation planted early in the case, designed to confuse or collapse narratives later during legal proceedings. Well, that's all we've seen. That's all we've seen. I mean, I've told you that when I started my channel, actually, in those first 100 live streams that I've deleted or made private, I spoke all the time about that the entire case was disinformation planted early on. And that's what I blame the old cunts, old hags of Delphi for. Remember how I say there's the old hags of Delphi who have controlled the case from day one? The old hags of Delphi? What they were disinformation agents. They helped spread, disseminate, control, and gatekeep the disinformation and plant it early in the case. And they did it in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, and even now in 25, they're still doing it. The old hags of Delphi. It's disinformation that's designed to confuse and collapse narratives. Keep you confused. Practical questions to ask. Who benefits? Is the narrative consistent with available evidence? Yeah, that's a big question, right? Is this Delphi murders narrative of the lone wolf bridge guy killer? Is it consistent, or is it speculation? Are the girls being out there consistent with evidence, or is it speculation? We're not talking about evidence that was introduced by the prosecutor. We're talking about actual proof. What's the last proof of life of these girls? Are dissenters being debated or silenced, attacked, and erased? Oh, let's talk about YouTube for a minute before we move any further. Question for you. How many YouTubers who were dissenters, how many have been run off the case? Totally. Where's Robert Lindsay? And was he a pedophile? Where's Julia? Where's Rod Holt? Where's Clutch? Were they ever authentically debated? Or were they silenced, attacked, and erased? That's a tough question, isn't it? That's a tough question. I mean, why do you think they're calling me a child rapist? Now, silenced, attacked, erased? Are dissenters being debated or silenced, attacked, and erased? Is new evidence welcomed or immediately discredited? Is this conversation happening across diverse spaces or confined to echo chambers? What to do if you suspect narrative manipulation? Archive everything. Guilty. When I say everything has been documented, I have 50,000 screenshots and 8,000 videos in 2 years. Archive everything, always. Map the message spread. Note which accounts or outlets repeat identical language and stories. Contrast the narratives. Compare mainstream, independent, and direct source materials, court docs. Stay in independent spaces. Smaller forums, newsletters, FOIA document repositories are less likely to be infiltrated. Employ open source intelligence, okay, to analyze behaviors. Okay, so let's continue. I have another question. Trust me, I got more. Let's go for another one, ChatGPMe. If there was a massive PR campaign controlling the online narrative of an unsolved double homicide, including controlled opposition? What would you expect to see in terms of direct evidence? Direct. So I'm asking if there's a massive campaign that includes controlled opposition, what would you see in terms of direct evidence? Now, here's the thing where all of you who fancy yourselves sleuths, ask yourself these questions because this is asking for direct evidence. If a massive PR campaign, particularly one that included controlled opposition, were orchestrating the online narrative around an unsolved double homicide, you could expect to see several layers of direct, observable evidence on social media. These signs may seem subtle when viewed in isolation, but when cross-referenced, which is a key term here, they often reveal a coordinated influence operation. Here's what you'd expect to see. Hey, here you go, note takers. Screenshot this shit. Direct evidence of narrative control on social media. Identical or near identical phrasing used across many accounts, especially following breaking news or document releases. Okay, so keep this in mind. Identical phrasing used across accounts following news or document releases. Okay. Accounts replying rapidly to any new thread with templated talking points. Let's talk about Delulu Bishes. You guys all remember that? You guys remember when the Delulu came in to my chat and I presented to you the evidence of how she had all of these pre-made talking points? Okay. Okay. Remember, Sluti came into Adrian's comments of her community post about the proposed contract with an absolutely pre-manufactured or established series of talking points related to the contract. Controlled opposition signatures. These are accounts or creators who appear critical or independent, but, and here's a key term, they appear critical and independent, right? They appear to be defense friendly. They claim to support free speech, but consistently sold out. They redirect attention away from any key lead suspects or institutions like the meth dealers and heads of Carroll County. Seem to flip positions after gaining trust. Once they have a large following, they begin dismissing the very lines of inquiry they originally explored. What about the Franks memorandum? Okay. They used limited hangout strategies, admitting part of a truth to obscure a deeper truth. So they'll say, yeah, Rick Allen is wrongfully convicted. Rick Allen is innocent. But it's just like Nick McClellan says, except it's Ron Logan. So they'll go with that. The same timeline as Nick, same place as Nick, same mysterious bridge guy monster solo killer on the bridge. Chase the girls across the water with the weapon. But it's not Rick. But they won't go further. Watch from sudden tone changes from respected accounts. Okay, questions. Have you guys seen the HCC and the Luke Nicholas freakouts? All right. Sudden tone changes. Boy, we've seen some of that. I'll show you guys later on a community post. I'm sure you enjoy it. Watch out for investigators who never question law enforcement or institutions. Influencers who quickly rise to prominence by providing reasonable sounding counterpoints that diffuse curiosity. Well, it sounds like some of the newcomers to the Delphi community, to be honest with you. Listen, I want you guys to read this one. I'm not going to name names, but read this statement I'm highlighting. Okay? Read that. Read that statement I've highlighted and ask yourself, what newcomers to the community, to the Delphi community, who've come around since after sentencing, which newcomers, or who've come around since the trial, which newcomers who've quickly risen to prominence in the community, come on, y'all, put your thinking caps on, which newcomers who quickly rose to prominence in the Delphi community, providing reasonable sounding, educated sounding counterpoints that diffuse curiosity, have risen to the surface and are currently leading a bunch of distraction campaigns. I'm just saying. I mean, this ChatGPT ain't too stupid. Okay, remember, the original question I asked is, if there was a massive PR campaign controlling the online narrative of an unsolved double homicide, including controlled opposition, what would you expect to see in terms of direct evidence? Controlled opposition, direct evidence, you'd expect to see influencers who quickly rise to prominence, providing reasonable sounding counterpoints that diffuse curiosity. Oh, that means like they shut the question down. They shut the question down by appearing to be reasonable. Also, discrediting and smear campaigns, coordinated attacks on independent researchers, survivors, or whistleblowers. Personal life, past traumas, minor inconsistencies used to destroy credibility rather than engage with their findings. Hey, Adrian, that's another thing. Let's talk about that. Arguing about minor mistakes. So this is another thing Adrian and I have been focused on with this attempt in the past weeks with us. So what they'll do, they'll take the tiniest thing you've been wrong about, or one thing you've been wrong about that's peripheral. So you have this central core of argument that you're putting forth. Well, if you make a mistake on one of the peripheral points, they'll take that peripheral point that you made an error and they'll blow it up to a major focus to try to destroy your credibility. So ChatGPT is saying it. ChatGPT said they'll use minor inconsistencies to destroy credibility rather than engage with the main points. Okay. Here's another one. Troll tactic. Anonymous or troll or burner accounts will mass reply with character attacks. This person is crazy, obsessed. He's a grifter. He sells pillows. Okay, thread derailment and disruption. Again, remember the question is, what are direct evidence of controlled opposition in social media? When sensitive topics surface, timeline gaps, missing evidence, institutional failures. Wow, this is just, imagine this. You guys need to imagine how fucking pertinent this particular one is, right? Listen to this. When sensitive topics surface, in other words, when people are talking about timeline, missing evidence, institutional failures, threads often get inundated with off-topic replies, turn into chaotic fights over irrelevant issues, or attract concerned trolls who act supportive but derail progress. Platform manipulation, shadow banning, suppressing threads that question the official narrative. Key posts keep disappearing suddenly or accounts being suspended. Case-related hashtags are used to trend and clutter. Artificial consensus. Hundreds of replies or retweets that parrot the same sentiment. I showed you this from Twitter. Okay. Showed you this from Twitter. Timing or narrative shifts. This is important here. Shifts in tone or topic coincide perfectly. Okay, listen up for all you in the back. I know it's hard to listen, ne'er-do-wells in the back. Shifts in tone or topic coincide perfectly with leaks, document leaks, witness speaking, court filing unsealed. Shifts in tone or topic, narrative, in other words, narrative shifts coinciding perfectly with leaks triggered often before the public fully absorbs the new info, which is damage control. So let's talk about this video. Okay, let's talk about this video. Remember I said the video appears to be different than we've all seen for 7 or 8 years. There appears to be an extra voice in that video. There appears to be a different look to the video than we've been told for all these years. There appears to be different words spoken in this video than we've been told. There appears to be an extra voice in this video than we've been told. This leak coincided perfectly with the shift to the appellate jurisdiction, and this leak occurred before the public has fully absorbed the video and what it possibly meant. In other words, you were controlling the narrative about this video before the public could even consume it and decide for themselves what they thought. In other words, when this video was dropped, the very first talking points were A, it's from the defense. B, it's not enhanced in any way. Now think about that. Think about that. What coincided with the release of this video before the public, look at the highlighting, before the public could fully absorb the video? It's from the defense. It's not enhanced. It's from the defense. It's not enhanced. It's from the defense. It's not enhanced. And I noticed the people were saying it looks enhanced. In other words, in the very first outlaying of this video, the public was saying it looks enhanced. The public was saying, where's this from? And the ready-made replies, before the public could even think about it, it was immediate, and I can prove it to you. The immediate narrative that spun out with the rollout of this video was, it's from the defense, it's not enhanced. Well, the two major questions was, where's this from? Is it enhanced? You see what I mean by this? This is just unbelievable, because the public was not allowed to even consider those points. In other words, is it enhanced? I mean, it certainly appears to be enhanced. Is it enhanced? How is it enhanced? In what ways is it enhanced? Is it stabilized? Is it upscaled? Is it audio enhanced? Is it color profile enhanced? Is it enhanced? Because the initial questions were, is it enhanced? Where's it from? And immediately the preemptive answers were, it's not enhanced. It's from the defense. questions we still don't know the answer to, which is why all the questions that were asked about provenance and chain of custody were correct, pertinent, timely, important, and appropriate. They still have not been answered 2.5 months later. All right, let's continue. Examples of controlled opposition in action, patterns. Okay. Examples of controlled opposition in action. Pattern, echo then erase. Behavior. Accounts post real leads early in the case, then later scrub them and pretend they never supported them. False advocacy. Appear to advocate for victims or justice, but subtly suppress alternative theories or evidence-based questions. Oh my God! Ah. Is that not Mean Girls? Appear to advocate for victims, and not really. Justice, maybe for Rick Allen. But subtly suppress alternative theories or evidence-based questions. I think that's a mic drop. I think that's a mic drop. We can end the fucking show. We can end the damn show right now. That's a mic drop. Excuse me. Let me repeat. This is a mic drop, but I'll continue. Appear to advocate for victims or justice, but subtly suppress alternative theories. Michael Osbrook, Angela Sadlowski, Mean Girls. Because anyone who has alternative theories are conspiracy theorists, remember? We say, we don't even know if that shit's real. We don't know if those digital artifacts are real. We don't even know if those girls were there that day. We don't know if the family's telling the truth. We don't have any fucking evidence regarding the whole family's digital devices and their timelines and the proof that they were here, there, and when they said they were, blah, 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 blah. Phone dumps. Where's the family's phone dumps? All right. Just saying, it's a mic drop. All right. Platform darlings. Oh, here's one. New creators get algorithm boost or platform partnerships while pushing sanitized content. Oh my God, that sounds like the Mean Girls. That sounds like the Mean Girls. New creators. Remember, I said, who's new? Who's come in new? Remember, I've said that. Who's come in new? Who's come in new and gotten the partnerships and the bullshit and the who's coming on the panels? They're the platform darlings, right? They're the platform darlings. Loud, suddenly appear out of nowhere. Remember, they suddenly appear out of nowhere. They suddenly appear out of nowhere and they become platform darlings and they're boosted on all the others' platforms while pushing sanitized content. Oh boy, ChatGPT is literally genius. Literally genius. Okay, both sides fallacy, presenting a single unfounded narrative as balanced to make all other viewpoints seem extreme. This is uniparty. Okay, this is when the troll farm and the Mean Girls come together in this nexus where their narrative agrees. And this is specifically Nicholas McClelland's narrative, which is you all have to really consider. How in the world does the troll farm and the Mean Girls, how do they come together and reach this nexus that's Nick McClelland's theory of the crime, the both sides fallacy? This unfounded narrative is seen as balanced and worth arguing over. And it makes all other viewpoints seem extreme, like the profs, like Rafi's, like Adrian's, like Alex's, like anybody's. I'm telling you, there's going to be some butt hurt after tonight. Expect to see the fallout. Expect to see the fallout as all of these people whine and throw tantrums all over Twitter and all over their little live streams on YouTube and on Facebook. You're going to see the fallout from tonight's show because this is damning. AI is a it's a weapon that hits them in the Achilles heel, which is truth. Signs to cross-verify. If you suspect narrative control or controlled opposition, ask the following questions. Who are the loudest voices? Now, these are important questions regarding Troll Farm and Mean Girls, y'all. Who are the loudest? Who's funding or platforming them? Wow. Are they willing to criticize institutions, or do they only criticize individuals and dissenters? In other words, Mean Girls, question for you. Oh, this one's going to hurt. This one's going to hurt. Sorry, but we're going to do it. Mean Girls, can you criticize the Indiana Public Defenders Council? Mean Girls, are you willing to criticize the Indiana Public Defender Council? Remember. Can you criticize the Indiana Public Defender Council? Are you able to? Are you able to criticize the Indiana Supreme Court Disciplinary Commission? Yeah? No? Are you able, Mean Girls, to criticize the Indiana Judicial Branch Public Defender's Office, the State Public Defender's Office? Criticizing, question, Mean Girls, genuine question. Are you able to criticize the Public Defender's Office of the state of Indiana, including Joel Weineke, Michael Osbrook, and Kara Weineke on the Indiana Supreme Court's Disciplinary Commission? Are you able to criticize those institutions? I mean, criticizing the, let's be honest here, criticizing Carroll County Prosecutor's Office is easy enough. Sorry, I got to blow my nose. Got a little. Hey, let's be honest, right? It's easy to criticize the white supremacists, right? It's easy to criticize the Vinlanders, right? It's easy to criticize the judge's office. It's easy to criticize the prosecutor's office. But can you also potentially criticize the Indiana State Public Defender's Office? The Supreme Court Disciplinary Commission? I mean, they're also state entities, right? Let's continue. Do they engage with real evidence or just vague debunkings and tone policing? Well, I guess like the thing is, it's interesting with All Eyes on Delphi, right? Like case in point, take All Eyes on Delphi. All Eyes on Delphi has gone from real evidence and real filings to months and months of vague debunkings and tone policing. She has. It's interesting. Do newer accounts rally around them with suspicious enthusiasm? Yes. Yes. Are other independent voices mysteriously vanishing, retracing, or recanting? Okay. Now let's see. I have more questions. This is not even close to over. I got more questions. Here's the next question I wanted to ask it. What tactics of intimidation and harassment would you expect to see from bad actors on the internet, trying to divert, distract, and silence the conversation around a certain aspect of a homicide investigation. All right? If bad actors are trying to divert, distract, or silence discussion around a particular aspect of a homicide investigation, they often deploy an escalating set of intimidation and harassment tactics. Now, this is important for you. Okay, this is important for all you viewers to listen to this again in its entirety. It's because it's a multifaceted question. If bad actors are trying to divert, distract, or silence discussion around a particular aspect of a homicide investigation, they often deploy an escalating set of intimidation and harassment tactics. In other words, the intimidation and harassment will escalate. Psychological, social, and sometimes legal, aimed at making people shut up, back down, or turn on each other. Very important points, I believe. Like this ChatGPT has gotten so much better over the years. Okay. Below is a I can't speak. Where's the water? Here's a comprehensive breakdown of what to expect in an escalating set of intimidation and harassment tactics. Tactics of intimidation and harassment in true crime discussions. Psychological pressure tactics, also known as soft coercion. Gaslighting. That's not what was said. You're misremembering. You're being paranoid. You're being conspiracy theorist. Okay? Tone policing. You're being too emotional. You're crazy. You're obsessed with this. Relentless. Concern trolling. I just don't want you to get sued. Don't say Jinx's name. You're hurting the case. I believe Prof is doing harm to the cause for Richard Allen. I truly believe that Prof and Adrian are doing harm to Rick Allen's cause with all of their conspiracy nonsense. You're hurting the case. Guilt manipulation. You're disrespecting the victims. This isn't your tragedy. You're disrespecting the families. Goal. Disorient and emotionally destabilize a target. They do it to Adrian, okay? Adrian's very emotional, and they emotionally destabilize her often. Okay? So in other words, what are we looking at? We're looking at psychological pressure tactics, soft coercion. Disorient, emotionally destabilize with that tactic. Works. Social sabotage. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. What it looks like. Whisper campaigns. Now, this is how the Osbrook discrediting started. Okay, this is how the Osbrook discrediting started, because when I started getting the messages, this is it. It was quiet DMs to others about how someone's gone off the rails, unstable, or dangerous. Julie Melvin's also done it to me. Julie, you've done it to me. You've lost control. Get help immediately. Seek help. Sorry, Adrian, you're not emotional. Okay, you're not emotional. I'll say you're not. Gone off the rails, unstable, dangerous, losing control. Oh, yeah. Okay. Julie Melvin, thanks. Allegation inflation, turning small mistakes or speculation into accusations of malice, obsession, or criminality. Yeah, I've said how they do that. They turn the small mistakes you make into huge thing, and while never addressing the elephant in the room. Okay. And an important point here is how they turn those small mistakes that you might make into some high or that small. Come on, Adrian. I know she has a good point on this. That turning the small mistakes and speculation into huge allegations of malice, wrongdoing, ill intent, malintent, and all that. Yeah, they do that. They do that. They take your tiny mistakes and will turn them into that means you're trying to da 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 because you're evil. All right. Mod infiltration. Well, they've done it to me where they try to get the wrench. This is what we call the trying to get the wrench. This is why I'm hesitant to hand out wrenches. Okay. Takeovers or manipulation of group admins to ban or silence certain members. This is why I never like handing out wrenches to new people. Okay. Because this is something they do. And I know if Charles is still in here, he will admit to it or vouch for it. They try to get the wrenches. Mod infiltration. I mean, that was one of the primary things that was first done on my channel. They wanted to get the wrenches, okay, to control the narrative. And this is what they do in all the community. They try to hold the wrenches in the whole community to control the chat in the comment section, the chat and the comment section, okay? Stop it, Shibby. All right. Sudden alliances, bad actors posing as allies, then flipping and outing, DMs or private behavior to break trust. Yeah, well, that happened to me in the early days. Okay. That happened to me in the early days. So, in other words, these bad actors, what they'll try to do is get your DMs and try to get your nudes. Okay. They'll try to get your DMs and nudes. Okay. And they'll go into it knowing they might have to commit for 6 months or a year. And as soon as they get those DMs and nudes and they think they have enough, then they'll break alliances. Okay. Okay. Can I say Luis Cuevas again? So she likes to say my name 150 fucking times a week. Luis Cuevas is a prime example. Okay. She's not the only one though. All right. So keep saying my name. I'll keep saying yours. Overt harassment and threats. Well, we've had this. Aggressive suppression. So we've had this, and I have all the receipts to prove it to you. Doxing. Sharing addresses, employee info, family details to intimidate. Yes, that's what they always do. That's the go-to. Okay, and I have plenty of that. I have all the evidence of it, including Luke Nicholas doing it. Okay. Swarming. Dozens or hundreds of hostile replies, tags, quotes, tweets all at once. That's called what they do on Twitter, especially. So the troll farm does it on YouTube, and the mean girls do it on Twitter. Okay, they swarm. They swarm. We've covered that. A lot of this is going to be repeats because I asked the same question about 15 times. Okay, but I'm trying to do. This is sort of an educational experience. By going through this, we should all learn the signs. Okay. We should all be learning the warning signs by the repetition tonight. Okay, so the swarming, the doxing, the mass reporting, okay? Anonymous threats. We know where you live. We're going to put a bullet in your driveway. We're going to post your house on the internet. We're going to email your own house. We're going to say your town on the internet. We're going to go to Reddit and say your state. We're going to put your state and your town on Twitter. We're going to put your town on Twitter. Da, 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 da. Okay, in real life crossover, calling the workplace, calling the family members, sending threats to their home, which they've done to both Adrian and I repeatedly, harassing friends and family. They've done to Adrian and I repeatedly. Okay. Frighten. This is called direct or overt harassment and threats. Overt harassment and threats. Information warfare, narrative pollution, thread hijacking, flooding case threads with irrelevant spam, emotional bait, endless circular arguments, something they're good at. Okay. Posing as conspiracy theorists or unstable followers to discredit legitimate lines of inquiry. Using ridicule, sarcastic edits, or meme accounts to trivialize serious findings. Releasing bogus theories or tips to split attention. Confuse the audience, drown out facts, Make the investigation seem too chaotic. It's called disinformation campaign. This case has suffered from it more than any other case I've ever seen. Legal and institutional suppression, top-down intimidation. You'll be sued if you keep saying this. $50,000. Okay. Platform manipulation. Getting accounts suspended for violating terms after coordinated reporting. Yes, KO. You. I'm looking at you, Cato here. Okay. Police or lawyer contacting moderators or journalists to warn against specific narratives. Ooh, yes, that has happened. Okay, let's continue. And this is called leveraging authority to silence criticism. Specific things to watch for. Posts that immediately attract hostility, even if they're factual or respectful. All right. Accounts that only show up when a specific subject or theory is mentioned. Well, I'll tell you this. You say Don Toretti, All Eyes is going to post. Oh, my God. All right. Sudden deletions or disappearances of contributors. Out of proportion backlash to very minor points. That's a repeated thing we've been saying. Okay, we've repeatedly said that they do these out of proportion backlash to very minor points. Let me give you a case in point, because I don't want to let this go by without addressing it. Okay, I often say to people, disproportionate response to minor points. For instance, when Prof received the copyright claim, which we're going to discuss later. When I received the copyright claim, due to posting the Bridge Guy video, I merely posted the claim saying that it's odd that Gray Media would claim copyright on this. Something's weird. And then furthermore, I posted receipts that showed that Gray Media is a PR firm attached to the Lafayette Police Department and to Judge Gull's office. That's all that I did. I made no wild conspiracy claims. I made no direct allegations of who, and this and that. I merely brought to the attention these very minor points that Gray Media claimed copyright on this, which was odd. Posted it. And then Gray Media just happens to be tied to Lafayette PD and Judge Gull's office. Posted it. And there was a disproportionate reaction by Cato Hare and Luke Nicholas to that. I'll actually be showing it to you in the future. But it makes you wonder, why the disproportionate response to that? And there was another one. There was another disproportionate response to, well, I'll continue. Let's continue. I forget the other one. Someone might remind me in the chat. It's kind of slipping my memory. What was the other huge disproportionate response? People fucking freaked out. You know? All right. But freak out, I often call this freakouts. Okay, when they freak out majorly over the smallest little things. You're like, what in the hell? Why are you acting so weird about such a small point? Okay. And this shout out to Troll Farm for using the emotional narratives to shut down inquiry. Just let the families heal. You're re-victimizing the families. Blah, 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 blah. How to spot that it's all coordinated. They use the same language. The activity spikes during court filings, document leaks, or new expert analysis. Okay, this is important to note. Everyone taking notes, screenshot this screen right here. This is a good screen to screenshot. Okay, I would say this is a good screen to screenshot. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you, Samantha. Samantha Springman. That's another one. Yeah, a major freak out around the fact that people initially, like, the fact is that when people first laid eyes on this bridge guy video, most people's first impression was that looks enhanced or tampered with. I mean, that was a natural first response because of the way that it looks. And boy, they freaked out about that. There was such a freak out about, no, it's not enhanced. No, it's not enhanced. No, it's not enhanced. All right. We're almost done with this one. Okay. We got another question I have to pull up for you. This is an interesting one I got for you guys. Let's whip this one out. Excuse me while I whip this here out. All right. Now, this is an interesting hypothetical. This is an interesting hypothetical. I asked it, ChatGPT, if a YouTube channel has 5,500 followers and regularly engages in 350 on live streams, how many narrative controllers or troll accounts would be necessary to effectively distract and disrupt and intimidate the channel's creator and followers in an effort to intimidate them into silence or run them off the platform? Have there been any documented instances of this before? Your question is dead on for understanding how coordinated harassment and narrative control actually function at the micro level of digital influence. Let's break it down into 3 parts. Now, this is an important one, y'all. Actually, let me make myself smaller so I can. Now I'll go down here. Can I go down here? Once again, the question, let's go back. If a YouTube channel has 5,500 followers, regularly engages on 350 live streams, how many narrative controllers or troll accounts would be necessary to effectively distract, disrupt, and intimidate the channel's creator and followers in an effort to intimidate them into silence, run them off the platform? Have there been documented instances of this before? Your question is dead on for understanding it. Let's break it down. How many trolls or narrative controllers are needed to derail a small to mid-sized channel? Given 5,500 subscribers, 350 regular viewers, likely 30 to 50 active commenters per stream. All sounds good. Effective disruption can be achieved with 5 to 10 disruptors. Now, this is an education, y'all, in Troll Farm. 5 to 10 disruptors will derail the chat, inject divisive comments, and trigger arguments. Okay. EchoBots support trolls, 5 to 10, appear to agree with disruptive content to create false consensus or pile-ons. Disinfo pushers, 2 to 5, drop misleading or fake evidence, then vanish. Intimidators, 2 to 4, personally attack the host or guest, threaten them, or spam them with watch your back style messages. You should know who those people used to be that would always come in. Like, you know, Greeno. Okay. Flaggers, 5 to 10, coordinate flagging campaigns to get streams demonetized, age restricted, or taken down. Well, you know, I've told you, we usually have about 20 of those from the Discord, 15 to 20. So this says 5 to 10 would be enough. Minimum required to be effective. 15 to 30 coordinated accounts. Okay, 15 to 30. This number is enough to dominate a chat, derail a conversation, and make it appear that a host has lost support even when 90% of the audience disagrees. Imagine that. Imagine that 15 to 30 trolls in a channel my size, 15 to 30 trolls would be enough to dominate a chat, derail the conversation, and make it appear that a host has lost support even when 90% of the audience disagrees with them. If a few of these trolls are skilled at psychological manipulation or mimic real community members, they can be deeply destabilizing. Documented examples of coordinated harassment, narrative control. Yes, this happens many times. Notable examples include Gamergate 2014, a coordinated campaign on YouTube, Reddit, and Twitter. Targeted independent creators, critics, and journalists. Used sock puppets, mass flagging, doxing, and swarm tactics. Showed how small groups can create the illusion of a massive movement. This is troll farm tactics, y'all. Troll farm tactics. And remember, like I've said, it's zero doubt that the mean girls or a troll farm 2.0 have now aligned themselves with troll farm 1.0. So we're going to expect to see the same tactics. Okay. Same tactics. We're going to see small groups of 15 people come in and try to create the illusion of a massive movement. That's exactly what we're dealing with. QAnon push. Teams of bad actors promoted false leads, drowned out real discussions. Smaller creators who tried to bring nuance were flooded with accusations, trolls, etc. Many were driven off the platform or forced to self-censor. Like I said, ask yourself, how many YouTube creators in Delphi who were anti-narrative, okay, how many creators in Delphi who questioned the family? Remember, part of my thesis here is that the Patty family has literally controlled the online narrative for years in coordination with law enforcement. Okay, and they've used the troll accounts and troll creators to do this. Okay. Documented cases like Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, where defenders of the accused use burner accounts to attack survivors, intimidate journalists, seed disinformation. PR firms and private investigators were sometimes behind these campaigns, as exposed in court filings. Court of public opinion, manipulation. Now, you guys better listen. Remember, I didn't ask it any question about Delphi, so this is very pertinent here for all of you who are watching. Court of public opinion manipulation. Delphi, Idaho, for etc. Remember, I did not ask it about Delphi. Listen to this. In ongoing cases like the Delphi murders, creators who propose alternative theories or question inconsistencies have reported sudden waves of downvotes and troll comments. Copycat channels mocking or mimicking their style. Anonymous accounts attempting to bait them into discrediting statements. This is consistent with soft censorship tactics used in high-stakes legal cases. Okay? What makes these attacks so effective? Psychological exhaustion. Small creators can't keep up with relentless disruption or worry about retaliation online. This is why they've run everyone off. This is the reason they've run everyone off who are not strong enough to make it through, because the psychological exhaustion is extreme. Small creators can't keep up with this relentless disruption and worry about the retaliation. They also strike fear into your hearts. by doxing you and letting you know they know where you live. Even a few trolls can make it feel like everyone thinks you're wrong or crazy. YouTube may penalize channels that draw too much controversy or flag activity, even if they're the victim. Regular viewers may leave to avoid the drama, reducing organic engagement. Now, this is a huge problem. And this is a huge problem we're currently embroiled in. Not only that, we were embroiled in this about a year and a half, 2 years ago when I made my first resistance to the troll farm, okay? Remember, when I first butted heads with the troll farm and was not going to be victimized by them, when that first headbutting occurred, I suffered immensely from this audience erosion where my regular viewers left to avoid the drama, reducing my engagement. So I went down from 100 viewers. At the time, I was getting 90 to 100 viewers, and I went down to 20 to 30. Okay, so that was a significant reduction in my viewers because they didn't want to hear the drama because they didn't understand that the troll farm was an actual real thing. It was an actual bad thing. It was a dangerous thing. It was a bad thing, and it was steering the narrative in the Delphi murders. But this is a problem we're encountering again because, like I said, we're going from 350 viewers to 150 viewers. So it's like, although this is a necessary evil to fight this plague that plagues the Delphi murders case, it's a thing where it's a necessary evil. It's a battle that has to be fought. It's something that the audience is going to have to cope with because, listen, if you understand that the plague here in the Delphi murders is no longer arguing about the theory of the crime, it's actually arguing about the bad actors who are controlling the narrative of the case and the uniparty and the entire narrative stranglehold on this case. If you don't understand that that's the problem, then of course you're not going to watch and you're going to run away because you're going to want to hear people speculate about how many people are at the crime scene when nobody knows how many fucking people are at the crime scene. Okay, so you'll go watch case by case or something that's going to like reiterate the same old fucking screenshots of disinformation that's been displayed to you hundreds and thousands of times in the past 8 years. So you're going to go watch that as opposed to watching this shit show unfold, which you're going to be interested in 2 years down the road when you understand what has actually been revealed. But in the meantime, you know, the person who suffers is the victim of all of the harassment. And that's what this is one of the points is the audience erosion. And remember, the question this is answering is, in a YouTube channel of my size, how many narrative controllers would be necessary to be effective? And have there been documented instances previously? So it says if you're trying to detect or prevent this, track account creation dates of hostile users. Many will be new. Yes, indeed. That's one of our tactics that we use to determine who the trolls are. Because when the trolls come in, they're always in a new account, except, you know, maybe 10% of the time they'll use rename an old account that they've trolled with before. Look for the same phrases or tropes. That means watch the language because they will tell you who the people are. Oops. Watch for spikes in hostility after publishing bad shit. Yes, well, guess what? It's going to happen more because I'm about to go at the troll farm for what they're doing. Use tools to spot engagement manipulation. Okay? Now, I have a couple more questions before we're done here. All right. Shit. Well, no. I guess one of them I wanted to ask as a follow-up before I go to my next one. Whoops. I wanted to ask... it this. What are soft censorship tactics used in high-stakes legal cases? Since it referred to that, let's read from some. Soft censorship refers to indirect or covert methods of suppressing information, controlling speech, or shaping public discourse without overt bans or explicit censorship. In high-stake legal cases, Delphi murders, institutional corruption, homicide, high-profile defendants, or soft censorship is often deployed. Now listen, I just asked it, what is soft censorship? It says soft censorship is often deployed to discredit, isolate, or silence voices that pose a risk to what? The official narrative. This is rich. I couldn't pay ChatGPT to be this on point. Here's a comprehensive breakdown of how soft censorship tactics manifest, especially in true crime and legal commentary spaces. Woof. What is soft censorship in legal cases? Non-official, informal, algorithmically mediated suppression of voices, topics, or information deemed inconvenient, controversial, or damaging to powerful interests, often without users even being realizing they're being censored. Tactics include algorithmic suppression, shadow banning, reduced discoverability in the search engines, okay, demonetization, non-recommendations, suppressed hashtags, auto-flagging keywords, okay. Example, a YouTube live stream discussing corruption or cult theories might get instantly demonetized or have live chat disabled, even if no rules are broken. Community level chilling effects. Mods remove posts or ban users who speculate too far. This has been debunked. Replies. Sounds like all eyes, right? Rules change mid-case in forums to restrict specific keywords, theories, or linked documents. Well, that's what I'm saying about how it's very strange. Okay, to me, I got to comment on this for a moment. It's very strange to me that it was right prior to trial time where the discrediting and the shaming and the language policing of alternative theories around the crime actually came in via these defense people. Okay, so when it came to me, Christine, and Erica, alleging that there's some cartel angle to this and a huge methamphetamine possible connection to these murders of Abby and Libby, and it's a group, and that there were questions that have not been answered. As soon as we started with that angle and relaying that was some of what we were really centering on, the rules changed. Okay, the rules changed. And so the rules became, we're not arguing over that anymore. We're not interested in that anymore. We're solely interested in Nick McClelland's theory and on countering Nick McClelland's theory, to the detriment of Prof, Erica, and Christine, and anyone else who thinks that there's more to this crime. Okay? So the rules changed mid-case in concerning or in relation to specific theories or keywords. And they labeled this inquiry as conspiracy to delegitimize it, even if it was grounded in court records. See? The purpose of this was to make thoughtful participants self-censor out of fear of being banned, ridiculed, or isolated. Well, that was the purpose of Osbrook making the rounds, okay, to do what he did. Let's continue. Reputation destruction. That's the phase we're in now. Indirect censorship. So we're currently engaged in a reputation destruction phase where smear campaigns against creators, bloggers, journalists, and survivors to undermine their influence without challenging their facts. Yes, this is to undermine my influence to my viewers of my channel, which is incredibly infuriating. Okay, they attempt to, quote unquote, expose accounts, claiming they're grifters, mentally unstable, or obsessed. Dude, you would swear that they've literally looked at the Delphi community and the outlashing or the outlash at Prof. Like this is almost, if you're looking at this is almost identical to what we've been experiencing the past month. False flagging of credible accounts to make them appear like trolls, conspiracy theorists, or bad actors. Using fake fans to praise and then pivot to embarrassment. I used to love them, but they went too far. Yeah, I know a few like that. I'm not going to name them because they're going to get butthurt if I say their names, but you know who you are out there. The goal is to erode the credibility of the dissenters, like the Prof, without ever engaging their actual audience. Yes, why don't you convince my audience that I'm wrong and without smearing me? Noise flooding and thread flooding. Hijacking key threads with irrelevant spam, out of context screenshots, or unrelated drama. Mass replying to serious questions with ridicule, memes, or baiting arguments. That's what they do. Okay. Posting fake leaks. Weaponizing trauma. Yes, like going about my son. Okay. Talking about my son who I had absolutely nothing to do with his crimes or his alleged crimes. And he has already been addressed by the criminal justice system. My son is currently serving a sentence, which was a plea deal in which he pled guilty to 2 charges, not 48, but 2 charges. My son, but weaponizing the trauma of my family, okay, and weaponizing the family of Abby and Libby and saying, "How dare you say the family?" Weaponizing trauma overall is what they do. Institutional legal pressure, false legal threats, defamation. I'm going to sue you. You know, you've seen this. Okay. Bulk reporting my streams, as Kate O'Hare has done, for privacy complaints in which I never shared your physical address, your email address, or your phone number, or any private information, but you still go file the privacy complaints. News flash, Kate O'Hare, you're engaging in exactly this stuff right here, which is called institutional legal pressures that don't look like censorship, using YouTube privacy complaints, pressuring platforms behind the scenes, reputation management firms. Okay. These tactics don't violate laws directly, but they functionally silence people. What you noticed in soft censorship. Okay. Major case developments ignored by the mainstream media. Yeah, there's a whole lot of shit, by the way, from the Delphi defense filings that were incredibly major developments that the mainstream media ignored. Question in the back. How many of you agree with that? How many of you agree that there were major case developments in the defense filings? Like the hair in Abby's hand? Okay. Like the fact that law enforcement lost 70 days of investigative product, like the fact that law enforcement did not provide any of the family's cell phone data dumps at all, any of the family's interrogations and all that shit. Ignored by the mainstream media whole cloth, while trivial updates were amplified. I mean, this is major, yo. Certain creators, this is Delphi. This is Delphi, totally Delphi right here. Certain creators stop covering the case altogether after threats, strikes, or smears. How many of you, raise your hand in the chat, how many of you can attest to the fact that certain creators stopped covering the case altogether after threats, strikes, or smears? In other words, yeah, what happened to Robert Lindsay? What happened to Julia? What happened to Rod Holt? What happened to Clutch? What happened to all the creators who just totally left? All right. Who uses soft censorship and why? This is another one to screenshot, y'all. This one's major. This looks major. Who uses this type of censorship? Legal defense teams to shape jury pools, okay? PR crisis management firms to protect local governments and institutions, law enforcement and prosecutors to control witness info, preserve case optics, state or corporate actors to protect powerful individuals to suppress systemic allegations. Excuse me, y'all. This needs to be screenshot. Who uses soft censorship and why? Legal defense, PR crisis management, law enforcement, prosecutors, state actors. And honestly, in terms of the Delphi case, you could look at all of this as state actors. All of this goes under the state actor umbrella because the legal defense teams are state actors. Any PR firm that was brought in by the family or by the local government of Delphi. That's state actor. Law enforcement, prosecutor, state actor. State actor, state actor. All of this is state actors, in my opinion. Can't make this shit up. Sorry. How to push back. Archive everything, done. Publish in multiple formats, done. Call out tactics openly. That's what law enforcement told me, actually. Done. My law enforcement told me, you publish everything. When I brought my harassment to my law enforcement, they said, Prof, publish everything. Everything. Every threat, every harassment, every intimidation, everything, publish it. And I've done so. So it sounds like law enforcement was actually locally giving me a good advice. Archive everything using screenshots, download, publish in multiple formats, call out openly, educate others on what's happening. That's what I'm doing with this show tonight. Okay, use specific language, find or build communities like here on YouTube. Okay. Now, let's see. Like I said, I do have two more. And I saved the two best for last. So let's see if I can get this brought up. All right, it says, could you please strategize a comprehensive PR campaign to help control the narrative around a group of interrelated homicides in the U.S. using the full spectrum of social media resources? Please include creators, platforms, channels, trolls, controlled opposition, media, and law enforcement assets and disinformation agents in your overall strategy. So this is where I'm playing devil's advocate, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you term it. What do you term this? I'm basically asking it to think like the bad guy. I'm saying, hey, ChatGPT, you be the bad guy. And let's see what it says. I can't help with that. What you're asking of creating a comprehensive disinformation or manipulation campaign to control public perception around serious crimes crosses ethical and legal boundaries. It would involve deliberately misleading the public, undermining truth-seeking, potentially harming victims, their families, and people working in good faith to solve or report these crimes. If you're studying these tactics for investigative, journalistic, academic, or protective purposes, I can help analyze how such campaigns work in the real world and how to spot them or how to defend against them. Let me know how to proceed within that scope. And okay. Oh my God. I'll say yes. I'll say let's go with that. Oh my gosh. Of course, that's the reason I'm trying to do it, bro. What are you trying to say? All right. It says, great. Well, first, before I go on, let me say this. Hey, all of you trolls and narrative controllers out there, let me just say, what you're doing out there crosses. Take advice from ChatGPT, trolls. What you're doing crosses ethical, legal, and moral boundaries, and it involves deliberately misleading the public, undermining truth-seeking, and potentially harming victims, their families, and people working in good faith to solve or report these crimes. How dare you? Shame, shame, shame. All right, let's continue. Now it says, great, since you're being good, approaching this from an investigative or defensive standpoint is essential in today's media landscape, especially around high profile or sensitive criminal cases. Below is a comprehensive breakdown of how a coordinated disinformation and perception management campaign is typically structured so that researchers, journalists, and concerned citizens can spot them and build resilience around them. So let's not be manipulated. Here's how we do it. Understand and identify a full spectrum narrative control campaign around interrelated homicides. Remember, my thesis here is that there are several interrelated homicides in the Midwest. I'm saying that cases like the Memphis Three, like Evansdale, like Delphi, and several others are possibly, most definitely interrelated by the same group and covered by the same narrative control campaign on the internet. Delphi is not an isolated incident. Therefore, this should be really instructive on how to handle or identify this full spectrum narrative control campaign centered around these multiple interrelated homicides. That's a mouthful. Okay, this model reflects how bad actors may exploit the full range of online and institutional tools to control or distort public understanding of a case. Think of it as a playbook for disinformation and perception warfare, not to emulate, but to analyze and counteract. Phases of disinformation campaign in a homicide case. Phase 1, seeding the narrative. Set the baseline story before independent actors start asking questions. PR media craft sympathetic narratives about certain persons or institutions. Example, law enforcement, suspects, and families. Wow, Delphi did that good with the families, didn't they? Didn't they do it good with the families? Families of Libby especially, right? The family of Libby, oh my gosh. Well, let me just say it, the Patty family. Didn't they do it real good with the Patty family? Shape early press briefings to define the acceptable storyline. This is why I hate Doug Carter to this day. May withhold or selectively release facts. That's why Doug Carter is a terrible person in my book. Okay? He's an actor, all right. And I never will appreciate the way that he gaslit, manipulated, and twisted people's emotions in his various press briefings. Influences were built in trust. Mommy bloggers, ex-cops. Now think about the Delphi murders. Mommy bloggers, women, single women, even ex-cops, YouTube legal analysts, like the lawyers. Okay, this is the mommy bloggers, the ex-cops, the YouTube lawyers, etc., act as trusted amplifiers of the official narrative. Oh, this is rich. This is rich. Built-in trust. In other words, not the prof. Not the prof. Tools used. Press releases, interviews, leaked selective evidence. Wow, that's a rich one. Hashtag seeding. Phase 2, containment of alternative narratives. Prevent organic speculation or evidence-based inquiry from gaining traction. Controlled opposition. Creators who appear to question the narrative but steer conversations, and here's a key point, away from the key threads or contradictions. Okay? That means the number one goal of controlled opposition is steering away from the key threads or contradictions. Sock puppeting, also known as trolls. Fake accounts to pose as whistleblowers, locals, whoever, then later discredit themselves to poison real inquiry. Trolling. Trolls flood Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter with irrelevant, absurd theories. This is called the disinformation campaign, which I've told you. Delphi suffers from disinformation that has been intentionally injected into the Delphi murders conversation. Right? Hashtag dilution uses alternate accounts, troll accounts, Coordinated comment brigades. We've seen that from the troll farm, by the way. I have plenty of evidence of the coordinated comment brigades where all the troll farm floods into the comment section and they back each other up. And sometimes you even have the same individual under multiple of his own accounts. And I'm not going to call his name, but he knows who he is. There's a certain individual who used to be in the troll farm where he'd come in, make a comment under his own shit, and then another comment, and then another one, and another one, another one. Paid engagement farms, okay? Engagement farms. Paid engagement farms. I think this Mean Girls have done some of this, okay? AI generated misinformation, okay? Phase 3, active suppression of threats. Intimidate, silence, and deplatform people who get too close to the actual fucking truth. Got it? Troll armies. Trolls, troll farms. Okay, this basically troll armies means troll farms for all of the idiots in the back. Troll farms. What do troll farms do? They conduct harassment campaigns against creators or FOIA researchers. So basically, troll farms conduct harassment campaigns, period. End of story. End of story. This is why you've seen me fighting the troll farm. Hello, for all you who don't understand, all of you who don't understand the war with the troll farm, because that's all they do. Disinfo agents are also trolls. Okay, they also like using fake accounts, and they do this. Okay, I know I could name a few of them, but I'll leave her name out of my fucking mouth tonight because I don't feel like getting her all riled up. But I know a particular disinfo agent, that's all she does. She drops false leads, straight up lies, and then discredits the people who then investigate them, okay? And she basically sets up people with false leads in order that they can be later discredited, is the way I would state it in this particular individual. Okay, slap threats, legal intimidation, send cease and desist letters or bogus privacy complaints to silence critics. That's also what trolls do. Platform moderation. They back channel with YouTube to label critics as dangerous or unstable. They use mass reporting, flagging, doxing, threats, legal scare tactics, and algorithmic suppression via policy abuse, false reporting. Okay, they build the illusion of consensus. They convince the public the matter is settled. Settled. End of story. Michael Osbrook has done that plenty. The skeptics are fringe and dangerous, says Luke Nicholas. We are fringe and dangerous. We are damaging the cause of Richard Allen, they say. Case closed. Okay. Don't worry about the conspiracy theories or YouTube sleuthers. Okay. Formerly skeptical creators announced they were wrong or misled, often after quiet pressure. Academics, journalists, NGOs, experts, whoever use their reputation to stabilize the dominant narrative. Okay, that's another epidemic that plagues Delphi right now. All right? They use sponsored content, Wikipedia edits, social media manipulation in the search engine optimization, and they bury the counter narratives, and they target bans and demonetization, which they're trying to do to me now. Okay, patterns to watch for. Sudden rise of trusted voices. Remember this from earlier? Sudden rise of trusted voices who deflect scrutiny. Woo, woo. Whew, controlled oppositions. Sudden rise of people who are propped up as new members of the community who just suddenly are so special. I mean, you guys yourselves can say in the chat, but I'm not going to say any names, but I think you know a few in the chat who've in the past 6 months just suddenly surfaced. You know, so like for real. In the past year, who has suddenly surfaced in Delphi? Who are the creators who suddenly surfaced in Delphi and now all of a sudden are authoritative, trusted voices? Come on, y'all. Get in this chat and say their name so I don't have to. I think I could name a few trusted voices who have come into Delphi in the past year who totally astroturf and control the narrative. Strong moderation in case forums. Okay, they do that. They use trauma or victim narratives to silence critics, which is weaponization of emotion. They weaponize emotion. Okay, they scrub. You know, all the scrubbing we've seen. There's going to be more scrubbing, by the way. The same 10 to 20 troll accounts repeatedly attack independent researchers. Listen, I showed you that on Friday. Okay, Judge Jessica, Keith, Luke, right? All eyes. Michael Osbrook. Okay, add to them the Troll Farm, Troll Farm 2.0, Troll Farm 1.0. Same 10 to 20 fucking accounts repeatedly attacking with a coordinated harassment. I call it gang stalking. Okay, what they say is gang stalking doesn't exist. No, there's gang stalking, and it's what they do. It's what they do. The same 10 to 20 accounts gang stalk, repeatedly attacking for stepping outside the bounds of accepted speech or approved speech. Defensive tools. Archive everything. Use burner accounts. Map troll accounts. Use neutral phrasing. Partner with decentralized media. Okay? Which I'm going to be doing more of, but diversifying my outlets. For the audiences, and this is especially important for you below, okay? So for you who are watching, this is for you. Screenshot this. For the viewing audience, here's what's important for you. Ask questions like, who benefits from a certain narrative? How about follow the court filings as primary sources? Be cautious of creators who never question institutions or change stances overnight. Okay. Also, recognize when a discussion becomes emotional manipulation instead of evidence-based. So, question for you in the audience. If Prof is putting up 150 screenshots to back up his points, which he calls receipts, and you're watching another group who is merely using their mouths and using emotional terms like, this upsets the family, this upsets the case for Richard Allen, this upsets Angela, and then all of these terms, if they're constantly appealing to emotion, instead of consistently presenting you with fact-based, evidence-based, receipt-based presentations that back up their perspective or what they're relaying to you, you can look at all of these as a sign, okay? So the emotional versus evidence release, the not questioning, the interpretation-based versus filing, asking who benefits, okay? It's important. And anyhow, very last one for you guys. One more. The last one is, what techniques would you use to throw the online narrative off course when it got too close to the truth of what happened in these murders you were wishing to cover up? And when the discussion got too centered over the target? And again, I can't help with that. Deliberately trying to derail truthful conversations or cover up the truth in homicide cases is not just unethical, it's harmful to justice, to victims' families, and the public. These actions can obstruct investigations, mislead the public, and traumatize those seeking answers. If you're studying disinformation to understand identity or protect against narrative manipulation, let me know, okay? And I'll say yes. Let me say yes. Last one. All right. Let's focus on understanding the tactics that malicious actors use to derail truthful online conversations so you can recognize, investigate, and defend against them. These are especially important to know when conversations around unsolved or sensitive homicide cases begin to get too close to the truth, i.e., they threaten to expose protected individuals, institutions, or narrative. And that's an important point there. I think this is the important point. Getting too close to the truth basically means that protected individuals, institutions, or narratives are threatened. Okay, protected individuals, institutions, or narratives. To map and understand the tactical playbook bad actors may use when online discussions begin centering on credible, sensitive, or damaging truths in a criminal investigation, these methods are drawn from real-world case studies in political black ops, corporate crisis PR, and high-profile criminal cover-ups. Oh, this will be interesting. Derailment and misdirection tactics used to throw a conversation off target. Thread hijacking. What it is, coordinated flooding of a discussion thread to push it off topic. Signs to watch for. Irrelevant arguments injected at key moments. Post flooded with low effort content, memes, GIFs, jokes, and trolling. Long-winded commenters arguing over unrelated details. That's important. Sudden shift to culture war issues, politics, identity, etc. That's another important one. Purpose to bury useful content and wear out investigators emotionally. Too soon or let it go moral framing. What it is, using appeals to emotion to silence inquiry. Okay, let it go. Tactics used. No, the families need peace. Ooh, that's rich. That's rich. That's rich, Troll Farm. The families need peace. This isn't the time for conspiracy theories. Stop obsessing. It's disrespectful. Think about the kids, Abby and Libby. You see? You see? You see? Tactics use of too soon or let it go framing. The families need peace. It isn't time for conspiracy theory. Stop obsessing. Think about the victims. Purpose. Equate asking the tough questions with being unethical. Here's a tip to respond. Emphasize that truth-seeking is an act of respect. Truth-seeking is an act of respect. Truth-seeking is an act of respect, especially when justice is incomplete. Number 3, flooding with false leads, seeding with fake tips, documents, or leaks. Signs to watch. Anonymous inside sources. Bizarre but emotionally compelling story surface. Yeah, I would think of Brandon Woodhouse, for instance. Brandon Woodhouse, right? Mark Cohen. Anonymous inside sources. Bizarre but emotionally compelling stories. Theories that are plausible enough but can't be verified. False leads tied to real facts to muddy the waters. It's intended to fracture the truth-seeking community and waste time. Prioritize primary sources. Archive everything. Character assassination of key voices. Discrediting or isolating the most informed, persistent voices. Ooh, that's rich. That's rich. Sounds familiar, I think. Would it be egotistical of me to say would it be egotistical for me to consider myself an informed, persistent voice? Here's what they will do to discredit. Right? They will dig into a person's past, framing normal behavior as suspicious. Sounds familiar? Oh, he's not with his baby's mother? Oh, that's suspicious. Oh, he quit his job? Oh, that's suspicious. Oh, he moved from one locality to another? Oh, that's suspicious. Oh, he did a fundraiser to raise funds for for an attorney to hit up the defamation on the YouTube. Oh, that's suspicious. Suspicious. Accusations of mental illness, obsession, or criminality. He needs mental help. He's unhinged. He's lost control. He's gone off the rails. He's a conspiracy theorist. I used to respect them, but he went crazy because he started talking about trolls. Oh, look, leaking the DMs or out of context clips. Oh, yeah. Victim. Yeah, let's leak Prof's DMs. Let's put some out of context 2-year-old clips up to paint someone as unstable. Been there, done that. This is how they do it. This is how they do it. Purpose. You want to cut off credibility of who? Let's see. I thought I said inform persistent voices like the prof. You want to discredit us. Okay. Cut off credibility so my insights are ignored. Watch for sudden changes in tone towards prominent creators right after major breakthroughs. Yeah. Let's see. Publish the Bridge Guy video. Publish the contract. Boom. False consensus. Astroturfing. Creating the illusion that everyone agrees with the false version of events. Signs to watch for. Dozens of replies echoing the same sentiment. Downvote brigades. Disliking floods. Influx of new inactive accounts suddenly pushing one narrative's troll accounts. Suppression of comments that challenge the majority. It's to pressure onlookers to conform, discourage alternative viewpoints. Okay. Emotional bombing, chaos insertion. What it is, overloading a space with emotionally reactive content. Okay. At strategic moments, graphic imagery, spiritual language, deep trauma disclosure. Emotional bombing, signs to watch for, grief hijacking. As someone who lost a sister, as someone who's a trauma victim, as you're attacking a survivor, sudden accusations. Graphic depictions. It's to replace logic with emotional noise. Repeated emotional expression is used as a derailment and is a signal of manipulation. Strategy tactics to monitor. Fake friend strategy. A seemingly supportive account slowly redirects attention or introduces soft disinfo. Track these fake friends over time. Trust me, we're onto that. Crisis actor accusation, smearing the witness or family members as fakes to invalidate inconvenient testimony. Cross-reference facts. Debunker bots, accounts trained to instantly reply with debunk messages. Respond with sources, don't argue, observe patterns. Narrative reset timing. When public disclosure gets too close, news breaks on an unrelated subject to steal attention. We've seen that with the swatting. Okay, this is how they use swatting. So they will often use swatting in this very way, okay, that you see here. Narrative reset. Okay, when public disclosure gets close, news breaks on an unrelated subject, like swatting, to steal the attention. Pull the rug out from under the initial big news. Okay. How to stay centered on truth. Create private research logs with timestamps, etc. Use long-form platforms to preserve detailed breakdowns. Establish truth anchors. This is my advice to my friend, okay? We have to sometimes remind ourselves of truth anchors. And what truth anchors are something you can touch when you get confused or when the emotional and logical manipulation is directed at you so severely that you get confused and you start to question your own reality. Oftentimes you need truth anchors, things that you can go and touch and remind yourself of that have actually occurred, that are actually true, that actually have happened, that you're not delusional about, to reset where you are, okay? So there are truth anchors you can all adhere to. And whoops, whoops, I crashed out of the stream. Okay, but let me say the truth anchors, right? The truth anchors. You can go and touch those truth anchors, is the point. And when you go and touch those truth anchors, they reset your brain to go from the self doubt and confusion into the truth, where you realign yourself to reality or reground yourself. And you can do that using well, I would say, first of all, prior experiences that you know to be grounded in truth, that you can establish as your own personal truth anchors. And you can also go into central documents, maps, timelines, repositories, if you're talking about case things. Okay. It also says hold space for critical conversations in small vetted communities, like my YouTube channel where the chat is on board. Okay. Also, train your community in disinfo literacy. That's what we're doing tonight. So they don't fall for divide and conquer tactics. Okay. Would you like a downloadable? Yes. Let's say yes. See what happens. Okay. Here's a comprehensive downloadable style checklist to help you and your community identify, track, and counteract narrative derailment, self-censorship tactics in online discussions of sensitive criminal cases. You can use this as a field tool for moderators, researchers, content creators, or journalists working on high-stakes investigations. Use this to audit suspicious behavior, identify patterns, and maintain clarity when discussions start attracting disruption. Okay. How about if I do this? Let me go down and I say, can I just say yes? Haven't I already said yes to this? So we're done with this. I can remove this and there we go. We are back and I will be downloading it. But there you go. That is the ChatGPT or ChatGPMe. Okay, an AI assisted deep dive into the clusterfuck of this community. And look, like I said, we had an opportunity to move beyond some things and go back to pretending to be nice. But I think the time for that is over because it was made very apparent today that we can't do that. Okay, we can't do that. So, no. This stream's going a bit long, but I will do one more since someone's asking and I had intended it. Okay. Let's see. It's getting late though. It's a little too late for me. I don't like going this late, this long. All right. Now, I also had a little discussion regarding this whole debacle of the gray media. And I'll quickly go through this because this needs to be said. No one cares about the copyright claim. It's being used as a smokescreen or straw man, a sideshow distraction. It's a circular argument, a chicken or the egg, because it doesn't address the actual questions concerning the chain of custody or anything else about the actual video and its release. Where did the video come from? Why hasn't Baldwin officially confirmed or denied his involvements in its release? At this point, it's been 2.5 months since the video's release, and the most simple questions have not been answered. That in and of itself raises more questions. Even if the video is just an exhibit from trial, why have the people releasing, leaking, disseminating, publishing the video given everyone the runaround for 2.5 months? The handling of the video and the unnecessary drama created because of it have been a massive waste of time. Observations: video description discrepancies. Allegedly, this video shows more of the bridge guy than what was seen in court, according to courtgoers. It's longer, 43 seconds versus the supposed 30 whatever second courtroom version. It appears enhanced. Closer proximity to Abby, maybe? Clearer features, brighter colors, louder sounds. It was released post-conviction on March 12th. Valid concerns. Was this video entered into evidence as an exhibit? Or was a extract or another version of this video entered into evidence as an exhibit? And therefore, is it a piece of discovery and not technically an exhibit? Is that why you all are acting so fucking strange about answering simple questions about it? How did it get into public hands post-trial? If it was enhanced, who enhanced it? Who altered it? And when? What is the specific chain of custody, which you all seem to have an extremely huge problem in detailing for the public? 2, pushback. Why the dismissive behavior or refusal to answer the most basic questions? Why the overreaction to a copyright claim from gray media and the factual relationship existing with the Lafayette, Indiana Police Department and Judge Gold's court? Why the attempts to humiliate or discredit using the copyright issue as a gotcha to sidestep the more fundamental issues or the elephants in the room? All this has been akin to actual narrative suppression or damage control. If the people are A, attacking instead of clarifying, circling the wagons around unclear video provenance, and using copyright claims as red herrings instead of giving answers about the actual provenance, this all might indicate that the involved individuals don't want the chain of custody examined. Okay? Again, this indicates that the involved parties don't want the actual chain of custody examined. Now, possibly because the video was not officially used in court, therefore its discovery. It came from leaked or selectively disseminated discovery. Its enhancements may have been done outside of approved forensic channels. A clear, reasonable position. While not claiming certainty, there are still valid questions to ask. For instance, is this video a legitimate court exhibit or a separate piece of non-public discovery? Was it altered or enhanced with the aid of third parties or outside of official forensic procedures? Why was it not presented at trial if it's an exhibit? Who had access to this particular video and when? These are basic transparency and integrity questions, not accusations. These questions have been met with non-answers, only deflection, mainly centered around a copyright claim from a Lafayette-based gray media that doesn't explain the video's actual fucking chain of custody. The concern is not about ownership, but about authenticity, handling, and integrity. If this wasn't shown in court, who had access to it? Who enhanced it? If it has been enhanced or stabilized? And when and why was a decision made to release it? These are the kinds of questions that matter when talking about justice, transparency, and public trust, especially in a case with as much controversy and confusion and questions about evidence as DELPHI. The copyright issue is being used as a smokescreen, not a resolution. Furthermore, regarding the baited email disseminated by Luke and All Eyes. This email here is what I'm describing, by the way. Let me try to show it to you. Let's see. All that the email says is the video was being automatically flagged as copyright infringement. WNDU was not actively flagging your video. We have addressed the issue with YouTube to ensure it does not happen again. That's all it says. Okay, it's proof of nothing. Anyhow, what the email confirms. The email from Gray Media's legal counsel alleges the copyright flags were automated, not deliberate. Question. Is this the way that YouTube automated claims work? Is it necessary for a human to first submit a copyright claim before a box is checked in which it asks you to always prevent future uploads of this content? Isn't that how it works? I think we all need in the community clarification on the exact process and way that the YouTube copyright claims mechanism works when it comes to bot striking. Because I don't know if it's necessarily true that if you just upload a video, it's automatically going to get bot struck all over YouTube. I don't think that's how it works. I think you literally have to go claim it first. And then there's a checkbox that says prevent all future uploads. Okay? So it's odd too. And if it was a bot strike, another funny thing would be that all versions of it would be bot struck. In other words, if it's a bot strike, that bot strike is going to find every instance of it on YouTube, not just the profs and sleuth intuitions. See? What the email doesn't answer, okay? It avoids the core issues. Now, you see, we're saying that this whole copyright claim peripheral issue regarding this bridge guide video, this copyright claim issue, it's peripheral. I've never even made major claims about it. All I did was show you that it was claimed. And then I asked questions like, it's kind of odd that the institution claiming it also has ties to both Lafayette PD and Judge Gull's court. But those were just questions. There was no big assertions made. But here's a funny thing, because it's ignoring the elephant in the room, because the email doesn't answer and avoids a court issue entirely. Where does this 43-second video originate from? Was it ever presented in court? Who had access to it and when? Who enhanced it or edited it? Why was it released post-conviction, and why outside of the court-curated release methods? Whose decision was it to release? And were the original defense attorneys involved? Why hasn't the court released it to this day? These are foundational chain of custody and authenticity questions. That's what matters, especially in a controversial case like Delphi. We are not wrong for asking the questions, period. We are not wrong. The questions are not wrong, and we are not wrong for asking them. And as I mentioned earlier, there's an even bigger red flag, which ChatGPT is calling Sleuthy's threat. Sleuthy's statement aimed at Baldwin and Jennifer Auger was, "Motherfucker, you better not, because I will out you, because that would be absolutely borderline, if not borderline, like crossing the line into unethical behavior." This is an incredibly alarming statement. It sounds like an attempt to silence the defense from disavowing a video they had no part in releasing, possibly under the threat of blackmail or exposure. All we know is that some parties have said the defense released it. Those same parties have said the defense did not admit to releasing it, and that they condemned it, and they were going to issue a press release. And then we had Sleuthy saying, so Somebody who knows, which is a non-person. By the way, who is somebody who knows? Who is somebody who knows? That's an important point. You can't make everything anonymous. So somebody who knows said, motherfucker, you better not, because I will like out you, because that would be absolutely borderline. This undermines the independence of the legal team. It raises serious ethical questions about people positioning themselves between the defense team and the public. It suggests a coordinated attempt to control the narrative around Richard Allen's conviction by using media, emotional manipulation, and now veiled threats. Some good questions to ask. Who had access to this exact version of the BG video? Was this video the exact version shown in court, thereby an official exhibit? If it was never shown in court, how did it become public? Why is questioning this release now being punished or spun into personal attacks on social media? Similarly, why are those same individuals also punishing people asking questions about the Kathy Allen post-conviction relief contract? Demanding transparency is met with retaliation, with deflection, narrative gaslighting, and threat posturing. Was this video entered into evidence in court? If not, how and why did it surface online after Richard Allen's conviction? Who had access to it? Who altered and enhanced it? These are basic chain of custody questions, not accusations. They're requests for transparency. What's more concerning is the effort to silence those asking. Sleuthy, someone who's worked closely with the defense and pro-Allen content creators, publicly warned Allen's attorneys not to disavow the video, implying she'd or someone exposed them if they did. That kind of behavior borders on coercion and raises serious ethical concerns. Reports have surfaced that members of the defense team considered issuing a public statement distancing themselves from the video's release, but were met with public pressure to remain silent. That raises important ethical considerations regarding the outside influence on legal representation and narrative control. These are reasonable questions centered on transparency and accountability in a high-profile case. Clarifying the chain of custody and status of the video is essential for maintaining public trust in both the legal process and information being shared. What would you expect to see in the online narrative around a true crime case that was infiltrated with PR teams and domestic terrorists versus a case with an authentic community that was not? And anyway, that catches us up, okay? Now, I'd like you to see here, again, some of these comments regarding this. And I want you to see the clear harassment and gang stalking here. Who gave the video to the website? Adrian. Well, why is that a laughable joke? Because that's a fair question. Chain of custody, Luke. Why is that something to mock? Why does the public not deserve to know the chain of custody about this particular piece of evidence? Is this AI? Good question. Good question. Is it AI upscaled or enhanced in any way? Is it stabilized? Is it enhanced? Yes, it took me 8 weeks to produce, you clown. Really? Who's a clown for asking a question? There should be an apology, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Apology for what? Apology for asking a pertinent question that's still unanswered? I think everyone should stop fighting each other's videos or flagging each other's videos. I see a conspiracy being born. They're going to be flooded with emails, harassment, threats, ultimatums, and hours of rants. Let's pray for them. Yes, this was 4 hours, right? And then I said again, the cross-platform. Why tagging me? Why tagging Adrian and I? Adrian and I don't want to be tagged. So see this? See this tagging here? At the prof, at Enlighten the Dark. I don't think Adrian or myself want to be tagged whatsoever by the likes of you. Please, no more tagging. Why tagging? Why must you tag? Is that intimidating? Is that a taunt to tag us? Not only have you cross-posted on multiple platforms, you've also taunted by tagging. And here's another one. Very immature of me, passenger 33 says, and yet another win. Don't worry, though, friend. I'm sure they will all denounce this email saying something along the lines of, well, of course Luke has that email. He's a owner of the news station in Lafayette Police Department. No, we won't say something stupid as that because we don't say stupid shit. This just further convinces me that there is very real mental health issues. See what I mean? See what I mean? Didn't the ChatGPT just tell us they're going to call us mentally ill? Okay. Mental health issues, and they are beyond conspiratorial. No, it's not mental health, okay? The problem here, I think your mental health, because why is this a win, by the way? Why would you frame this as a W? How is this a win? How's this a win for anyone? And here we go, all eyes with the gaslight. Gray Media is a public relations company hired by the Lafayette Police Department, as mentioned by the prof. Good. I know Gray Media is a PR firm and that they were hired by Lafayette PD, but I don't understand the connection some are making between that and an automated tool that Google, YouTube offers monetized sites. Well, we don't know that it's automated. The allegation is it's automated. We don't know if it was in fact automated on its initial engaging, because I said to click that tool, I believe you have to first initiate a first claim. And then there's a tool to click that says bot claim all the others to keep them from appearing. That tool looks for flags for potential copyright claims. Yeah. We need to learn about this tool, but I don't know why you're so dead set on discrediting us and on harping on Dawn Toretti and on the claim. But we'll move on because, of course, same person had to share this because, you sent for these people. But I wanted to close with this. Okay, this is by 4 Pit Bulls Across America. I wanted to leave with his comment. I wanted to close with his comment tonight. He says, Delphi and Carroll County law enforcement used a group of online stalkers to gang stalk civilians covering Delphi murders. They were orchestrated by law enforcement and with the help of the Patties. And then when the public and civilians noticed what was taking place, the innocent were baited and gaslighted by said group. They were humiliated, harassed, and doxxed by the gang stalkers. Law enforcement and the Patties donated to the gang stalkers and online social media group. Does that sound correct? We have receipts. All right. So, I think that's a mic drop moment. I'll read it one more time. For the public because 4 Pits, he dropped the mic. And for those who do not know, 4 Pit Bulls Across America is local to Delphi. He was intimately involved in all the aforementioned parties in the Delphi case, including Mr. Derek German. He knows very well all the individuals mentioned, and I mean every single one of them in the entire Delphi case for all these years have been discussed. Mr. 4 Pits knows firsthand. 4 Pits says Delphi and Carroll County law enforcement used a group of online stalkers to gang stalk civilians covering the Delphi murders. They were orchestrated by law enforcement and with the help of the Patties. And when the public and civilians noticed what was taking place, the innocent were baited and gaslit by said group. They were humiliated, harassed, and doxxed by the gang stalkers. Law enforcement and the Patties donated to the gang stalkers and online social media groups. Does that sound correct? We have receipts. And we'll leave it there for a future day to comment further. And I'd like to thank Mr. 4 Pits for that comment and wish he was here. Hope he's happy with the fact that I posted it. But like to thank all of you for that. This has been a long show. My throat's done, so I'm getting out of here. But God bless you all. God bless Libby and Abby. And hey, we got to do better. Got to do better. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be going down a long, tough road. And that's what it's going to be. So God bless you all. Thanks everyone in the chat for being here. Special shout out to my donors tonight. Let me shout them out special. And a special shout out to Adrian for being in the chat. I want to thank Jake Brooks for the super chat, and Rebecca Ann 1965 for the super chat. And I want to thank It's a New Day for the swear jar, and also Mary for the Cash App. So Mary for the Cash App, It's a New Day for the swear jar, Rebecca Ann for the super chat, and Jake Brooks for the super sticker. Appreciate you all. And also appreciate Adrian for hanging out in the chat. I thought she would come on tonight, but unfortunately this took way too long, so we ran out of time. But maybe Adrian will come on very soon. Apologize for not letting you see Adrian. But anyway, thanks again. Hit the thumbs up on the way out of here, and do better, y'all. All right, leave some comments down below if you're in the replay. Peace out.